Yo, 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 yo. Hello.
Hello.
Pato, you're supposed to say hello at the same time. Hey, LML.
Hola. Hola. Oh, fuck.
How's everyone doing today?
Fantastic. Thanks for asking.
LML?
How are you?
Muy bien.
Muy bien.
I'm good.
Grandioso.
Sorry, too much for me. Sorry, man.
So guys, we got a pretty fun event today. I really like showing these single games on different maps. New content is always really fun for me because as much as I enjoy what we do, it gets repetitive for me. That's why I try to, change things up and innovate new formats.
We have a lot of exciting matches today. Reading the list, we have top players from all around the world.
So maybe I can quickly go through what we're doing, guys. For anybody just joining us, what the hell's going on? There has been a map contest called the New Worlds Map Contest. Basically, a bunch of map makers submitted maps, over 34 of them. And these map makers are from around the world, including in Korea. And the author of the famous map Neosylphid, he also made Eclipse. He also made Ascension. He actually participated in this map contest. But so 34 maps were submitted, and then we asked the public to vote on the top 12 maps. And they did. The thread received over 10,000 views, and we had over 100 voters. The voting took place mainly on TL.net. There's a thread about it. We also made one on Reddit. So the 12 top maps that were voted for, those were the semi-finalist maps. And today we're just streaming some games on those maps. I should mention that there was another vote after those 12 were selected. We asked everyone to vote on their favorite 4 maps. And we have those 4 maps now. They've been voted for by the public. And each of those maps are going to be featured in a separate single elimination tournament with 8 top foreigners. All the games in that tournament are going to be played on one finalist map. So you would basically have 4 separate tournaments on the 4 different finalist maps. That's to kind of reward the map makers for making it to the final round. It also gives us a chance to play test that map over and over again. And we are going to broadcast those tournaments. We have an event scheduled for tomorrow starting at 1900 Central European Time. That is 1300 Eastern Time. But today, we are going to show some of the semi-finalist maps. Many of them didn't make it to the top 4, but we organized some really fun games on them, and we're going to show them today to reward the map makers for making it to the semi-final round, and to sort of motivate them to continue mapping and submit maps to future map contests, which we're planning to do. Big shout out to broodwarmaps.net for organizing this map contest, especially Minerals, Freakling, Crystal Drag, Spider, Doglive, Jojo, all kinds of wonderful map makers out there deserve a shout out. Hemsk, I'm sorry if I left some names out. They have reached a point where they have enough of a community to be able to run a wonderful series like this. And Team ThinkWick is sort of helping them run broadcast events and incorporate players into their events so that there's play testing. I think it's a really cool contest, guys, because it involves different groups of people. So the public basically has a stake in the whole event. They get to basically decide which maps make it to the final round. After the 4 tournaments on the 4 finalist maps are conducted, by the way, we're going to ask everyone to vote on their favorite map out of the top 4. And that map is going to receive a prize. So there's prizes for the winning tournament players. There's a prize for the winning map maker. I think they even created a prize for the best new mapper. That's somebody who recently started mapping. Big shout out to SC Spider, who created Terraform. We'll show a game on that today. I think he did win the new mapper prize. Big congratulations to him. Yeah, okay, so some of the games that we're showing today. First, it'll be on a map called Good Night by Crystal Drag. We'll see Khala vs Scan. And then we have Mayday by Doglift. We'll see Aegyo vs Streamer. It's a ZBP on there. We got a cool map called Turbine by Minerals. It was in the ASL map competition. We'll see Artuser vs Khala on their ZVP, one game. Then we got Sanctuary by Jungle Terrain and Minerals. We'll see Dewalt vs OctZerg on there. Then we have Wavelet by Freakling and Crystal Drag. We'll see Khala vs Yabsab on this wonderful map. Vertebrae by Hemsk. We'll see Aegyo vs Streamer. Terraform by SC Spider. Khala vs Scan, one game on there. And then we have Tundra by OctZerg and Freakling. We'll see Dreamer vs Machine, one game on that. Then we got Bridging the Gap by Freakling and OctZerg. We'll see Khala vs Scan on there, one game. And last but not least, as a dedication to SC Spider, who won the New Mapper Award. So he almost made it into the top 4. I think he was 5th place. Out of all the new mappers, he did the best. He got a lot of votes on this map called Terraform. So we're going to show another game on this wonderful map between Dreamer and Machine. Pato, LML, what do you guys think about the maps and the matchups we got?
Well, the duck had to leave, it seems. And Snipe actually joined us.
What's up, Snipe?
Hey, how's it going?
Thank you for coming.
Yeah, sorry I'm a few minutes late, but I made it here.
Where were you?
Getting something to eat, breakfast, you know.
Just kidding. It's always a pleasure having you, my friend. Hope you've been doing well. I know you're keeping really busy with CPL.
Yeah, definitely. Sign-up's going on right now. So be sure to check that out if you haven't signed up or anything yet.
Yeah, and where can people do that, guys? CPL is, well, why don't you kind of describe what CPL is all about before we get into the games? And you can talk about it later if you like.
Sure. CPL, Coach Pupil League. Basically, league for low to mid-level StarCraft players. Usually the cutoffs around 1900 MMR. They join and get coached by higher-level players, you know, A and S rankers, and compete in a team league format. You have up to like one best of 3 a week against a different team. Each player on the team. So last season we had a ton of players. I think it was 25 versus 25. So each of those 25 players would have a best of 3 against someone on the other team. And players are divided into tiers so we can try to make as even matchups as possible. So if you sign up and you're 1200, you're not going to be paired against someone who's like 1800 or something.
Right.
You're going to be paired with someone who's in a similar range, right? Like 1100, 1200, 1300, somewhere around there. Just to try and get a closer, even matchup. I'm trying to get the link so I can link the signups if anyone is interested in going to sign up. There is an application form you can just fill out. Basic stuff. Your like StarCraft name, your MMR, basically your time zone, what time you can play. So we can try and also make teams based on similar time zones to allow, you know, good in-team practicing, basically. So.
And what's like the focus of the Coach Pupil League? Is it part of it is just to improve, to get better?
Yeah, that's a big part of it. I mean, people join for different reasons. Some people join to take advantage of like these high-level coaches, right? You know, last season we had people like Madino and Hawk and stuff. Or some people just like the team environment and come to make new friends and, play in a competitive yet fun team league based StarCraft game. I don't know, StarCraft League. But,
And then the
yeah.
other part, of course, is just to socialize and have fun around a community instead of, I guess, just laddering or playing among your own circle of friends on Battle.net, right?
Yeah, exactly. So,
Cool.
great place
Meet
to
and
get
greet.
involved if you have little or middle amount of Brood War experience, or maybe you're a coach and you want to give back to the community and help out. That's always good too.
Okay,
I'll
that's
post the
cool.
link there in the chat to the sign up page. Sign-ups are open for about another week here, so if you want to get involved, head on over there and sign up.
And for anybody listening who's interested in this, can't see the chat because we upload VODs on YouTube. You could go to tl.net, go into the forum section of Brood War, and I believe there is a CPL, which stands for Coach People League, thread in, I want to say, the tournaments forum section, and not the general one.
The sign-ups in general, but when the actual league
Oh,
starts,
my
it'll be in
apologies.
tournament.
Okay, so
okay.
my bad. So tl.net and go into the Brood War General forum, and you should see a thread there with CPL and my man Snipe looking for signups. Pretty fun,
Hello.
guys.
Yeah, close to 200 signups already. So hey, if you want to get involved.
And
Might as well,
how many spots are left?
No limit. We decide how many teams and who's on what team and all that
No
after
limit.
signups closed.
You
Last
guys.
season we had 239 players sign up, so we're hoping to beat that this time. There's still a week to go.
Crazy. These are crazy Brood War numbers, guys. Yeah, but that's awesome. I hope people do get into it. There's a lot of fans of Brood War. I don't know if more people watch it than actually play it, but for anybody out there who does play it occasionally or is committed, you should definitely sign up and try it out once and see how it is. And maybe you'll get hooked and continue playing.
Yeah, there you go. Come coach, come play, whatever you want. It's a good fun time.
All right, guys, so we're going to get into the games. The first one is going to be on a map called Good Night by Crystal Drag. He's American with Korean heritage. I know he hates me saying that, but we want to capitalize on that. Maybe it gives his map more prestige and acceptability among players. We'll see Khala versus Scan on this. A PVT. Khala and Scan are phenomenal Korean players. Scan qualified for ASL this past season. What do you guys think about this map? What do you guys think about TVP on there before we get into it?
Wait a sec.
I think it's a good map from what we've seen yesterday. Like we said yesterday, it's really easy as a Terran to get your cert and then your force base, basically for free. It's quite easy to defend, but it's also, if you go for that greedy playstyle, the Protoss can take a lot of bases and contest you that way. I think Khala just didn't play it well enough yesterday, but he definitely had a good shot.
Yeah, I gotta agree with my friend LML. I think that it's a very, for what it seems, a very good map for Terran. You have very close spaces to just siege up, and it's very hard to flank an army. From what I'm seeing in the picture, I think that it's that it would be hard for Khala to take a win, but you never know players with such skill as these two. So we gotta wait and see.
Alright, if anybody's wondering, Pato is just here for the Khala and Scan reps. He plays Terran. He's a selfish asshole who just shows up and wants the replays from Scan. I'm just kidding, of course. Did anybody want to join the game, or should I just start and we'll get into it?
I'm okay. Now I don't want to join your game.
Oh, please come and join.
No.
And by the way, LML is not your friend. He's a traitor. He has no friends.
I'm your amigo.
Amigo. I know he knows Spanish, so that makes him my friend.
Oh, just un poquito.
Un poquito.
See.
Just like my Deutsch. So.
Knowing LML, the only words he knows is probably like enchilada,
I don't even
burrito.
know that one.
And he knows Pato.
I actually know a few hundred words.
Wow,
I'm
100 is a lot.
Yeah, I'm actively studying Spanish, but it's not good
Nice.
enough for conversation.
Wow.
Oh,
Well,
that's cool.
we can practice on the stream.
Yeah, sure. Best practicing environment.
And there's probably some similarities between Spanish and German, or not so much.
I think not.
More
they
so
both have
between
gendered
English and
words.
Spanish, maybe.
Well, I think Spanish is more similar to Portuguese or French than to German or English, to be honest.
Well, yeah. Obviously more similar to other romantic languages. But one similarity is that all the words have a gender, so it's always you can't just say the, and that's it.
Yeah, but German has a neutral gender, right? There,
Yeah.
the, and das, right?
Yeah. So it's even one more.
We don't have that in Spanish.
Yeah, you only have two. Makes it a little easier.
All right, guys, there you have it. We have a multicultural cast crew. I actually love the internationalist character of StarCraft, and my theory has always been when StarCraft came out in '98, that's when the internet was popularized. And that basically gave you access to multiplayer because we didn't really have that before. And when you played multiplayer back then, you encountered people from around the world a bit more. Even though we had our own servers like US East or whatnot, you could still hop onto Europe, Asia, Korea, and other servers. So I've always really loved that about the StarCraft community. And of course, when the pro gamer scene took off in at least 2000, right? Everybody followed what the Koreans were doing. So it's always had this, like, you know, multicultural, assimilated, you know, non-racist sort of aspect to it. Although I know there's some, like, toxicity in...
Yeah, you can get to cheese people around the world. Imagine the possibility.
You're telling me I can proxy gate everyone now?
And he can curse me in German? Oh my god.
You know, it is kind of funny because there are some, like, racial stereotypical notions, like you know, Peruvians playing a certain style as compared to others, which I've always found unfounded because it might have to do with the race itself, because sometimes they just say that about the Protoss players.
Yeah, poor Protoss
Excuse
player.
me.
Alright guys, the
Okay.
game is TQ, the password is TQ, get your asses in here. The people demand
I'm
action.
gonna watch from here, from the stream.
You should join just to get the replay real quick and then leave.
No, I don't want to give Ox reason.
Alright guys, we're gonna start the game. Screw you. Just waiting for nothing.
Okay then. On the upper right, we have our magenta, is that color, or pink, Protoss Khala, and on the bottom left, we have our red Terran, Scan. I heard he joined the team, right?
Yeah.
Like, no. So he has a lot of support, and maybe he can grow as a player as well, so congrats to Scan.
I think it's Firestorm Gaming, but he also
Yes.
Yeah, but he also has to play a bunch of StarCraft 2, from what I've gathered.
Oh, I'm not familiar with the StarCraft 2 community right now. I watch StarCraft 2 not very often, so I didn't knew that too. So I will check it out later on. So
When it was announced, I was also thinking, who the hell is Storm Gaming? I don't follow StarCraft 2 at all.
Well, that's for sure. We're going to hear a lot from them from now on with Scan as an ambassador.
Yeah, it would be nice if they add a StarCraft team and join ASL, the team league.
So, well, we're going to see a 15 Nexus from Scan, maybe? On this map, is that wise? Proxy Rax, I believe he's not making a... He has to do 12 scouts. If he doesn't make a gas right now, it's going to be 15 CC 100%.
We've already seen him do a lot of gasless expansions yesterday, so Khala probably knows that this might be coming. In 2 out of 3 games, he went for gasless.
Khala made it in the last month a very good video about what's the best response against a 15 command center build order. And he tested a lot of different build orders or openers with Pylon, Cybernetic, okay? And the conclusion of that experiment was that 23 Nexus with double probe was the best answer to a 15 command center. Economically wise, and yes, I'm going to share that video later because it's on Khala's channel. It's very good. I found it very interesting, and he took a lot of time to research, and he did it really good. Just to know how many damage he could make to the bunker and how many minerals and resources he could gather in that specific time gap. So it was pretty good.
Pretty sure that knowledge is intended for Protoss players and not for Terrans to take advantage of.
Yeah, but I'm a generous person, and I think that Protoss need more advantage that they already have in that matchup.
Stop spying on us.
Oh, you have to know your enemy.
Yeah. Why don't give them more advantage, right?
Exactly. Protoss is in dire need of it.
Okay, then, so we're seeing a pretty standard game from this hand. Khala hasn't made it's a bit on Citadel. Okay, so a DT rush is on its way.
That's interesting.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yesterday, sorry.
No, go on, sorry.
Yesterday we saw Scan multiple times going for this build and then going for a fast turret to counter DTs, but there were no DTs ever. And this time around we see actually 2 factories again. And I wonder if the eBay is going to be in time.
Well, it's with that build order, it's pretty difficult. If you haven't if you see the Nexus that fast, the only teller is that he only has 1 goon and he isn't making any pressure. So, but the common thing nowadays is to avoid eBay and go straight for the armory and academy. So if he plays greedy, I think he can win from this. And even though he doesn't manage to kill him, he can go a 2-base arbiter build, which isn't that bad, I believe. So that's an eBay, yes. So Scan got it figured out. This will be a slightly late, like 6-minute DT, but I think he will be defended.
Yeah, turret should be finishing just in time, right?
Well, Scan is playing really safe, respecting a lot of Khala ability to make damage, so maybe he suspects from the no-goon pressure that something could be going on. So as we speak, I think Scan is going to build 3 tanks and going to do that push, 6-30-minute push, but I think it's going to be denied by the DTs. A very fast third is going on. It is 6 on 6 o'clock. I'm seeing, but
Oh, and Scan is once again going for vultures, just like yesterday. The turret finishes just in time, a few seconds before the DTs arrive. So that's perfect. Perfectly round build order. Yeah.
6 o'clock. 6 o'clock. You have a ninja expansion, maybe, or I'm seeing wrong. Oh no, it's a
That's
pilot.
fine.
Sorry,
Yeah,
I
Khala
have.
likes to do that. He always puts a
Well,
pylon on the force base.
yeah, so that's pretty annoying, to be honest. Okay, fast Stargate, so we're going to do a 2-base Arbiter reloader. Maybe secure a third right now. But no ops, so Khala is playing in the dark.
Yeah, without an observer, these vultures are really worth their money. They have... Basically, Scan has a lot of map control right now. And he only has one tank.
But he built a very, very late armory, so his upgrades will be very late. So that's a concern that I have. He has a good economy reloader, but his armory is just finishing right now, which is pretty late for a standard build. So that could get him into trouble. Okay, drop. Did he drop?
Oh, DT drop.
I didn't see the robo.
No academy,
I missed the
right?
robo. No academy, so if that turret dies, it is. I don't want to say game over, but. Oh, it's going down. I think. Yeah, no.
2 DTs
Okay.
deal too much damage. Oh, and he actually decides to go for the SCVs. He wants to damage the economy and also snipe some tanks, where possible.
His damage has been done. He lost a lot of SCVs, 1 tank. And scans are on the way, but you won't be this. It was a really good defense. Props to scan. So I would say that now Khala has the upper hand in this match, but let's wait and see. A third going down from scan. 5 factories +1. It's on its way, right? No, it isn't on its way. So maybe he's thinking about making a fast push. It's just +1.
He's expanding again.
Okay.
So he's going for the full camping to 200, 4 bases, and then just steamrolling Protoss. I
Yeah, but
wonder
even
how Khala is going to react to this. If he might be trying to get some recalls, seeing how he has really early arbiters.
well, recall is the best option. I agree, because you cannot call all your bases. So a 15-minute recall or 14-minute recall, it would be a very good option, and it will definitely cut. Will cut scanning with no defense, because you cannot put that many turrets, and if you have a vessel, you will have only one, and there is no starport for scan yet. So +1 just started at the 10-minute mark. So yeah, I think Khala will make a lot of damage with the recall if he decides to do so. But he's playing without an observer on scan's base, so he doesn't know 100% what he's doing.
True. But he saw that Scan is taking his force base thanks to his pylon. So at least he knows that he doesn't have to worry about a push too soon. Khala is actually trying to drop the 6 o'clock base, it looks. What's in that shuttle? High Templars? Just zealots.
Just a lot.
Yeah, but those turrets makes that shuttle turn around immediately. It's not even a speed shuttle, so it's quite easy to defend against that shuttle.
So I'm not a fan about the scan option here because one, both players will have to will be maxed out in 2 minutes, but without upgrades it will be very hard for those armies. So I think for 5 minutes at least, or 7 minutes, Khala will have very good trades if he decides to fight.
Yeah.
So recall.
Positioning.
I think a
it's
recall.
a good time. I don't think it's a good time to recall right yet. If all the units are sitting basically at home, you don't really want to recall.
I think he doesn't care. I think he's going anyway. He's going anyway. Okay, recall, expansion.
Looks like
base,
it.
Main base. Okay.
Wow.
Bye production.
No spider mines, nothing there to defend.
I saw a JYJ game versus Best where he expanded a lot early, and it's really good, but you cannot neglect your upgrades, because if you do so, you wouldn't be able to trade. You have to trade, and now this recall is making a lot of damage.
Yeah, he actually specifically snapped the starport, so there can't be a science facility anytime soon, and Scan can't get his +2 upgrade. Unless he managed to start a science facility somewhere else just in time.
Yeah, so this is not looking good for friend Scan. I think Khala will just snow here if he continues to macro.
That's
One
a nice
stasis.
stasis. Yeah, just before dying he casts a stasis and catches 2 units.
So no second Stargate. That's interesting. Just one. Okay. That didn't go so well for Khala. He had all his army separated. Even though the trades are good, Scan is losing a lot of tanks, so I'm not seeing a way where Scan can really win this game. If the pressure continues, I don't know what you think, but this will be really good, really difficult to win.
I think he couldn't do it. He made that science facility in his natural. He's upgrading and on 4 bases. Right now he just needs to camp and defend. And as soon as he reaches critical mass, he can move out anyway. And they're actually on equal bases, so this is currently going in Scan's favor if this stays the same for a long time. Khala needs to expand a little more. Maybe take another main base, get some gates up. I wonder if he's planning on another recall.
The thing is, you need 2 Stargates to recall, to do non-stop recalls. So only one Stargate, and I think he's switching to High Templars. I don't think his plan was to keep recalling until he kills Scan. So maybe he's planning to switch to full High Templar with shuttles. But I think that will give Scan a lot of space to settle down and to hit that critical upgrades. If Scan gets a 5th base and 3-2, and Khala continues to waste time, I think Scan can make it.
I mean, there's not much that Khala can do right now. Attacking into a camping Terran, that's not going to go well. Especially attacking against high ground. What he really needs to do is get up more bases. He tried to expand to the top left, but the vultures were caught the probe. And now he needs to go for maybe the bottom right instead. He has some units there. But they have vultures. So the only probes there get sniped. And Scan sees all the expansions.
Oh,
They go up.
so sad. I don't know why Protoss doesn't upgrade observer speed. It is fundamental in these cases.
I always go for observer speed. It's so strong in the mid and late game. It's crucial.
Yeah, it's to follow vultures or when a Terran lands 300 mines, it's really important. Just
He actually got it.
unless, yeah. So that's a lot of factories. But on the other hand, Scan doesn't have much gas to replenish his tank count. So maybe if Khala has a good fight, maybe he can take a Scan. But he must.
Ouch.
Okay. Let's ignore that. If he takes a really good fight and if he manages to kill enough tanks, and if he doesn't allow the fifth to go down, I think Khala could win this game. But Scan is starting to get really annoying with those vultures.
Yeah, and he can basically just waste those. He has so many minerals. He has a good bang. He can just remake those vultures in an instant. So annoying Khala like this is worth a lot. Like you can't be everywhere to defend. If you're trying to expand in the bottom right, but also try to stop Scan from expanding in the left hand side, you can't do all of it. And Scan actually finished his 2-1. Or at least his +2 attack.
What are the upgrades for the Protoss? The ground arm.
2-0.
Only 2 attack. Not good.
Our 2 attack is okay against 1 armor from Terra. That helps out the guys with the tanks a lot. And the Zevils too.
Okay, here we go. Good stasis.
Yeah, but Stasis is in the front, and now he stasis in some in back. And beautiful storms. Getting tanks, vultures, everything. But those stasis units are actually blocking his army.
Oh, so many tanks on the high ground. No more cellos, he should pull back.
But he has one more storm.
Or not. Or not.
Those storms were crucial. But as soon as these units get out of the stasis, Khala's units are dead. He needs to reinforce.
Yeah, but he managed to kill a lot of tanks. That was the purpose. Now Lucas can get 15 gas resource. He has 200 only. If you manage to keep on attacking and if you manage to avoid him to land in that CC, I think Khala can make it.
Yeah, Khala's on 6 bases against 4 right now. That's looking good. But his supply is way down.
Oh yeah, he needs to reinforce.
Right now.
He needs to kill tanks. If you kill tanks, Scan will not be able to replenish his army. He will do like mass vultures, but that would not be enough. What a good game.
Yeah, it's well played. I think Khala needs to put a little bit more effort into protecting his bottom right base, so he can start mining and adding gateways. And maybe he also needs to do some more recalling.
Okay, so Scan is moving out.
Exactly, now that Scan is moving out, he has to recall the left-hand side, so that he can stop the mining for Scan. Otherwise, Scan can just remake his army too fast.
EMP has landed, but I don't think Khala has enough. He's moving back and maybe he's going to forfeit that Nexus. He needs shuttles, he needs something to deal with that army before he reaches 3-2. When he hits that spot, it will be GG for for the Protoss. I don't think we won't be able to manage that Terran army.
Yeah, but Khala's going for the counter-attack. That's the best move he could do. And he's cancelling the 5th or 6th base of Scan. And he's going for the 4th base. And there's nothing there to defend right now. But Scan is actually pulling back to defend. It's only like half of the units that Khala has. He has a lot of units in his stage run. Yeah, and Khala knows he can't defend that. He just tries to damage that CC.
He needs to kill it. He needs to kill it. No, he won't be able. So Scan saves the CC, and Khala is almost out of minerals, right?
Yeah, did you see that? Those were a lot of SCVs that died to that Spider-Man. I love seeing that. But Scan defends the base. So that's one more gas base that's up, so Scan can take another gas and pump out tanks.
Khala needs one more base to keep on macroing. Oh, very bad position for Scan. I think he wasn't looking, so Storms are going to do their work. No siege, so maybe he can do a lot of damage to that army. Oh, Scan.
Wow, that's a lot of
I think he throw the game here. Maybe, or not.
I think his 3-2 units are way too strong.
Scan economy has plummeted. But I think in army value, I think he's still up.
Scan, yeah, yes. He has a lot more, and his units are stronger, so that counts for a lot too. That's going to be another expansion taken out.
So how can you kill that army? You need a lot of Templars.
Yeah, he just lost a bunch of them.
The only way to deal with 3-2 are Templars or maybe Carriers or... Okay, recall on top base, that was really good. He needs to kill CC immediately. He cannot allow Scan to get... to keep mining more gas or resources, so... That 5th base, he has to do something about that. If not, I cannot see a way for the Protoss to win this game.
Yeah, I totally agree. This looks very far gone. If he manages to get a 12 o'clock too, then Khala's down to 2 mining bases. Yeah, that's definitely not enough to beat a 3-2 Terran.
No speed shuttle also, not good. And maybe this is the end for our Khala.
Yeah, 3 o'clock is mined out, so there's actually just 1 mining base right now, the bottom right. And 1 base against 1 base, that's always better for the Terran in army strength.
Well, if it is 3-2, of course.
Yeah, nothing beats 3-2. Might even be 3-3 by now. Yeah, 3-3 against 3-0-0 for Protoss. And that +3 plating for Terran is pretty important against Zealots. And also against Goons. So it's smart to get this as fast as possible too. This might be the final fight.
Yes, I think it's ends here. Well played, really good game, but it wasn't enough.
Oh, those Zealot bombs did a lot of damage.
Yeah, but sadly, Khala doesn't have the resources to keep on building units at the same pace that Scan. So sadly, I think this is the end. Maybe one final move. but this game will end very soon.
Yeah. For some reason,
A recall.
rings the bottom right. Guess he's more concerned about defending his bases.
Oh, recall.
GG.
Nope. WW. The Korean GG.
Yep.
Okay,
Doesn't
so
even
Scan
recall.
takes his game.
It's an interesting game. How do you think could either player have utilized the map better?
I'm not very fan. I'm not a fan of doing 2-fac build order because Protoss players seems to have an easy time stopping that push. The only way you can beat a Protoss with that push is if they play really greedy. So it's a gamble because you won't know that. But Scan really managed to defend nicely first from the DT drop and then from the recall. He almost took no damage and he did a very good job defending and turtling until his 2-1 was finished. So yeah, it was a really nice game. I expected Khala to be more aggressive with the recalls, but maybe he had another plan.
Yeah, he had a lot of gas. He had 4 gas bases in the beginning. He took his third base on 3 o'clock and then his fourth base on 12 o'clock. So he definitely had enough gas to go for 2 Stargates.
What do you guys think of the map? Good Night by Crystal Drag.
I like it. It was it is an interesting map to play.
Any kind of feedback in terms of TVP? Because the map makers do watch this, and any comments from you guys or anybody who's watching in the chat, if you'd like to leave a text comment, that would be much appreciated.
Well, I don't. To be honest, I like it, but I like it because I'm Terran. Maybe if I play Protoss, I will be cursing the map maker and saying why you make this map. But for me, it's okay. I don't think. I think it's an interesting map. It's original, so I don't know. I will have to play it to be more accurate. To be.
Even as a Protoss player, I agree. I think it's a decent map. I don't think Khala is playing best way he could on this map. That's why he lost the game. But that's a problem we have seen in his play against Scan a couple of times now. Not taking the corner expansions early enough. And therefore not having enough production to reinforce armies. Or not expanding enough in general sometimes. Especially on a map like this, where the Terran can easily take 4 bases. You can just go and get your both corner expansions and go up to 6 bases maybe even.
Okay. Thank you, gentlemen. So, our next map and game should be on a map called Mayday by Doglift.
Mayday.
Pretty cool name, pretty cool map. We'll see Aegyo versus Streamer. 2 solid A-rank players. Aegyo plays Zerg. Streamer plays Protoss.
Yes.
What do you guys think of this map before we get into it?
It looks like a big map, right?
It's big, but also at the same time it's very narrow. And a lot of choke points where you have to move your army through, and then oftentimes even having to go onto high ground. Actually everywhere you have to go onto some form of high ground. Which is again, especially against Terran, that's pretty hard for either race. And we saw that yesterday play out. Man, I think it was Wadi who took the high ground at the bottom and just had a ton of tanks there.
Yeah, those bridges on the middle, it's really
Yeah.
hard to get past those. It's good for storms and it's good for lurker hosts. So I don't know. We could go either way. I had to see this game to get a better picture.
I think it's a lot about positioning on this map. You can dominate some parts of the map, but in theory your opponent can walk all the way around. Might take a little bit of time, but you can always go the other route.
Snipe, are you there? What do you think of Mayday before we get into it?
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry, I was absent last game. I was finishing eating and everything,
Oh, that's
and
not
I didn't
good,
want to
man.
interrupt, so I was just enjoying the game. Yeah. No, I kind of agree with what they were saying too. Lots of high grounds, lots of ridges, lots of ways you can kind of come at different angles for attacks. We'll have to see how this one plays out. It might be hard to like bust some certain Zerg positions for Protoss, just because the spots are so narrow. But we'll see. Maybe he wants to go for something completely different because of the map.
And do you guys like a desert tile set?
Yeah, I find it okay. I don't like when maps are too dark because you cannot see lurkers or it's difficult to spot when you have borrowed units on the ground. But desert is okay for me.
Alright, let's get into it, guys.
Let's go. Hey ho.
Aegyo versus Dreamer.
Comrade Dreamer, shout out to him. A really nice guy.
Oh,
Alright.
we got green, so I don't know.
Let's get a nice player intro, guys.
We can do it in German and Spanish.
Sure, why not?
Okay, go LML.
Und links haben wir Drone Dance Aegyo als weißen Zerg.
Y abajo a la derecha son nuestros protos de color verde al gran y único Ash Dreamer.
And I'll just pretend I know what's going on. No. Alright, well, first off, I guess we gotta see what Dreamer wants to go for, if he's gonna go Gateway opening or Forge. Seeing as he's scouting, this is most likely going to be a Forge type opening from Dreamer.
Like it's just made. TR14.
He's going for the first scout immediately after the pylon. So it's probably not gate first.
Looks like he will find Zerg in the first scout, so that's always nice as Protoss. You know, don't have to worry about sending out a second probe if you're worried, or you can scout exactly what Zerg's up to here. You will see the exact time of that pool and try and harass the drones here a little bit.
This is pretty standard, right?
Yep.
It is. Also, harassing those drones can delay so much mining that the timing for the Zerg gets interrupted quite a bit.
Yeah, we can also see he delayed his Forge quite a bit, having confirmed, okay, this is over pool, I know I don't need to get that Forge right away, I can, you know, mine a little bit more, get a little bit of extra minerals there, so nice little adjustment there from Dreamer.
He really wants to get that drone. It's down to 8 HP.
He might get it. Oh, 1 HP on the probe.
Yeah, but look at all that mining disruption. That's just a dream.
Because he's a dreamer.
Exactly.
Yep.
So okay, pretty standard game from here. Maybe 6 Sterlings? No, they are drones, okay. So close position, this is better for Zerg or for Protoss in your opinion?
Well, I'd say it's slightly better for Protoss, but it's not really anything that's too telling at the moment. Like, so much more can happen still.
Yeah, I think it depends on the strategies that they're going for, the builds, and on this positioning. Personally, I wouldn't mind going for lurkers as Zerg.
Isn't that very common to when they open Forge and they are close position to do that 973 it is, or 974, that Hydra push isn't that strong.
Yeah, you can definitely do that. It's stronger if Protoss doesn't scout it, and I don't know if he's been like he doesn't have a probe in the main, so he is sending another one now, which you kind of want to do, right? You really want to confirm if it's gonna be Hydra bust like 973, like you were saying, or not. So if he doesn't scout, then it becomes much more viable option, and it's really hard for Dreamer. It looks like he will get in there and be able to scout and confirm if this is gonna be a lair or a Hydra den.
Okay, so we have a standard game, a layer on its way. No white dress for Aegyo, so maybe the normal 5 or 6 hatchery Hydra against the 8 gateway products.
Yeah, it
No.
could be.
Is that layer a little bit late?
Yeah, I think so as well, but I'm not a Zerg specialist. So I leave in that for you guys that have more experience in this matchup than I do.
You don't have experience as a Terran player in PvZ?
No, sadly. Just by watching replays and just giving my thoughts, my uneducated thoughts.
Well, we'll see. Looks like Dreamer is going for that +1, so he will be going for some kind of a speed zealot timing most likely here. Which, again, still pretty standard stuff.
+1 air attack just started, so maybe seven coursers to snipe scourges or something like that.
I only need 5 with +1.
5, okay.
Yep.
5 is the minimum, yeah. If you're going to go for +1, you should get at least 5 Corsairs.
Well,
8 we
unless
see
you
is
hate
just
your
poking in.
Corsairs.
Yeah.
Sorry?
Yeah. No, I was just going to say I've seen plenty of people go for like 1 or 2 Corsairs and get +1, or, get a bunch and not get a +1 or something. It just seems weird to me, but yeah. Anyway, Dreamer is going to send that first Corsair across the map and scout. Just, again, you really want to scout confirm what Zerg's doing. Like, see the timing, see did he take a second gas? If he took an earlier second gas, that can point towards, okay, he's probably going for heavier Muta play. But he will get here before the Spire's done, so he should know he can at least pick off one Overlord here before the Scourges can come out and kill us there.
1 Overlord, that should be over. And Aegyo is following up with a pretty standard build. 5 hatcheries, Hydralis Den, and an Evolution Chamber, probably for +1 ranged attack. Scourge pop out, and the Corsairs go flying home. There's no business left in the Zerg base right now. But the Zerg is supply blocked, so a job well done.
Yeah, now Aegyo's just gonna fly around with the Scourge, see what he can see if he can figure out what Dreamer's up to. Nice cannon place there, kind of an anti-Scourge cannon, so they can't just camp over top of that Stargate. But it also helps defend if Aegyo or Drone Dance here did want to go for Mutalisk play.
Yeah, he did get his second gas, so he could do that. But he's not opting to do that. He's getting a bunch of Hydras and Overlord speed so that he can protect his Hydras against DTs and also fly away from the Corsairs properly.
So the Protoss moving out with, I believe it's 9 salads or 10. I haven't counted them yet. But I think Aegyo will have no trouble to stop this, right? Even though he doesn't have any Sunkets, which is interesting.
Well, as
Yeah.
long as he has good positioning against SimCity, he should be fine.
Exactly, positioning is everything. Look at that. That's
Yeah, you can see how hard it is for the Zealots to get on top of him, but he's going to kill a lot of Corsairs with this and supply block the Zerg. That's half of what you actually want to do with the Zealot attack. Because you went for so many Corsairs, it delays your Templar tech, so you really need to slow Zerg down from being able to push it back across the map to buy time for your Templars to get out to help defend.
But he lost all his Zealots. Was that worth it?
I would say so. All in all, I think he killed a bunch of drones, or at least a few. Got a bunch of overlords and supply blocked the Zerg. And now in return,
Storm just started. Will he be able to stop
that's
that?
dangerous. I feel like that was a mistake. Yeah.
it's kind of late, yeah.
Yeah. Like you can see he feels the pressure too, right? He's building a bunch of cannons right now at the front of his base.
Yeah, panic cannons.
Yeah, because he knows his storm is so late that he's not gonna necessarily be able to defend without them.
Yeah, if you don't have storm ready, you need to save some of those zealots. You can't just lose all of them. You need to have to keep the Zerg back, so that if whenever he moves out, there's a threat of your zealots moving back in. And that can even protect your nature, just by keeping the Zerg in his base. But Storm is about to finish. His forge is getting sniped. +2. Well, +2 is, I guess, upgraded in his main base in a different forge. That's a decent storm. Oh, no. Yeah.
Alright, he should be fine now. Looks like he bought enough time. Aegyo does want to try and push the issue, see if he can't pick off that Archon, but he's just going to take a lot of extra damage on those Hydras.
Yeah, he didn't even finish the Archon.
Yeah. A bit unfortunate for him, but now we'll see where the game goes from here. Is Dreamer going to want to power up hard on 2 bases? Something like you were saying earlier, going up to 8 gates? Or does he want to try and get out there and take a third? Either can be a viable option, but it feels like he's probably just going to power up on 2 base here. I can't see his gateway count, but it looks like he's got quite a few in there. Okay, 6.
That's not enough.
No. So maybe he does want to go for that 3rd base then.
I feel like the bases are so far apart on this map.
Yeah.
That you want to get a bigger army first, so that you can easily secure your base.
Yeah, like there's a couple Scourge flying over his 3rd base now, but that's just so far away that Zerg can come at it from 2 different angles. And your army could be caught out of position. Or if you just don't have a big enough army to contest how many Hydras he has. So, it looks like he's adding more gates now. Okay, yeah, there we go. Going up to that 8 gate. Those gates are a little bit late, I would say, but otherwise, he should be powering up hard and then looking to push back the Zerg and expand behind that.
But Aegyo is also not taking a force base. I think he's kind of late on that one.
Yeah, this is interesting. Like, I know some Zergs will stay on 3 base if you're going up to 8 gate because they really don't want to die. Like, they want to just really power hard. I've seen 3 base Zergs stuff before, but I've also played against Zergs who take their 4th base when I go do this and they're just perfectly fine. Like, they're still able to hold off and defend. And then they also have a 4th base, so you're kind of getting yourself further behind. So we'll have to see. I think he wants to just play a heavier mid game himself too.
I think he could have gotten, or at least tried to get a force base instead of making the 6th Century in his natural. And would have been perfectly fine in this game. There's nothing even attempting to contest any bases. There's no DT sniping drones, no Zealot patrolling, nothing.
Yeah, and especially because he sniped that forge, right? Slowing down the upgrades from Protoss too.
Yep.
Here we go, Protoss is moving out on the map now. We have a good group of lurkers here. Where are the observers? Does he just not have any observers? Oh, there it is. It's flying in now. Yeah.
Took a lot of unnecessary damage there. Started really good with those storms, but then the lurkers got a lot of free damage.
Yeah. And like the Protoss army gets pushed back. So not ideal here for Protoss. He really needs to get out on the map so he could secure a third base here. Looks like he's gonna go towards that third base maybe now and try and take it behind this army.
Yeah, looks like he checked for any units there that might try to deny the base. And now
Yeah.
there's one unit down there, which is probably a probe. Oh, but he's also taking 3 o'clock. Oh, he's double
He's taking
expanding.
two bases. He's like, well, if Zerg finds one of them, he'll kill it, but the other one will get up. Maybe
Yeah.
that's what he's thinking here.
I mean, you do have to double expand at this point. If your expansion is this late, you have to do it, but they are so far apart, he has no
Yeah.
way to defend both of them.
Exactly, like my thinking, right? He can defend one of them, but then the other one's just going to be left wide open. He's not going to have enough units. Now a group of Lings are going to run in and deny this one. Yeah, he just instantly cancels that.
He might even lose both of them.
Yeah, if Zerg knows about it, goes that way, but it looks like Zerg just wants to go for the front of the base here, maybe?
Yeah, it looks like it. And there are no Templars in the nature.
So one's just popping out now, probably doesn't have Storm quite yet. But no, we got Protoss's army being engaging here. He kind of feels like he has to, but I don't know how this is going to go.
He
There's no
snapped the
storms.
only head Templar.
Yeah. I mean, even if Protoss kills off this army, he's just losing so much of his army once again. Whereas Zerg's busy setting up a fourth base now.
I don't think he should have run away there. Should have killed the Lurker and then used his reinforcements to fight the Hydras and Lynx. Now he took a lot of extra damage, and I would say he's a little bit behind. His main is about to mine out, his natural will mine out soon after,
Yeah.
and he was only on one mining base after that. Like, even the usual spikes that you get from your third is not going to be there this game.
Yeah. Well, he does get the third up, so he can live a little bit longer, but it looks like Zerg wants to maybe try and contest this. Those few units coming in early might tip Dreamer off and get his army in position in time there.
But he's reading it right. He's going back.
Yeah.
And Aegyo is also not going into that third. He knows it's too narrow. But the natural isn't really that wide target.
Well, a bunch of Lurkers burrow here. You can get some really good storms off on those Lurkers.
Juicy storms.
Yeah.
I think he got all of those Lurkers except that one. So the others are both a one hit. Oh no, actually that's another one that was full HP.
But even still, these trades are still better for Zerg. Like, Protoss has never really been able to get out on the map and get that critical death ball kind of army that you often see. And that's a problem. He's basically surviving at the moment, not really pressuring Zerg. Like, the Zerg's just free to take these extra bases, get his economy rolling up there, and he's happy to trade his units out all day while he's taking bases. While Protoss is just going to be mined out and stuck on one base here.
As you say, it's just surviving right now. And that's the worst position you can be in as a Protoss against the Zerg. Because you know the Zerg is going to expand behind this. And he's just going to get stronger. He's going to get Hive, going to get Cracklings +3, and he's just going to demolish you. But the Hive is actually kind of late.
But like you can see, his fourth base is almost fully saturated there. He's taking a fifth base, and these have never been contested or pressured at all by Dreamer, and he can't because his army's just way too small. Like, look, the Zerg army's bigger than the Protoss army. There's nothing he can really do at this point. It looks like he wants to maybe use that army to try and secure a fourth base, and that's basically what he has to do, is get another base up and running. But I don't think, like, Aegyo here could just deny that if he wanted to really easily. He's just got so much army out on the map.
I have almost equal supplies, so it's the worst position to be in. I think Aegyo could actually try and kill the third base of Dreamer. There's nothing there except for like 5 cannons and a High Templar with 2, possibly 3 storms if he has that energy upgrade, which he does not. So if he just move commands behind the cannons and then attacks, he can kill that before Dreamer can come to defend.
Yeah, I agree. He could even go for that fourth base if he wanted. There's more army there, but the cannons aren't up yet either, so we'll see. Looks like he's just going to get his whole army up here on these ridges for now. Bunch of drones up there too. Bit of a misrally, didn't send them back. But yeah, this is looking really good for Aegyo here, for a Zerg player. Now, if Dreamer does get this 4th base up and running and starts mining from it, then maybe he can find a way to fight back into this game. Get a big enough army that he can start pressuring Zerg out on the map.
Yeah, and Aegyo is just allowing him to get that army bigger and bigger, and that despo that you were talking about earlier, which is so strong. Maybe Dreamer should try and get some more spells in there. Maybe some Dark Archon. Get some Maelstrom. That would be beautiful.
Yeah, those are always fun. Get a nice Maelstrom on a good group of units. Now Aegyo is sending a couple of links in there. Okay. Oh, this isn't necessarily what I do here, running up into a group of lurkers. Loses, I don't know, half a dozen zealots there for nothing. But unfortunate for him, but does turn around. Oh, he's gonna go back. He's gonna try this. I don't know if this is the way you want to go. There's so many different pathways you can take. This is like the one that you're gonna lose the most stuff.
This is the worst engagement you could ever take, I suppose, against like uphill and a bunch of lurkers.
Yeah, especially when you have other options to get around out on the map. So he's just gonna lose all his army here, and then with that, I think the game is pretty much done here. Aegyo can go kill whatever base he wants after this.
Yeah. And he knows about 3 o'clock, so it's not like that's a sneaky expansion that's not going to be found.
Now, will he go and kill him, or is he just gonna say, I'm gonna just play this safe, I know I'm ahead, and just continue to take bases until I run Protoss out of money or something? Because it doesn't look like he's intending to be aggressive at any point here. He just wants to continue to macro up and take more bases.
Just look at his production tab. 12 lurkers, 4 hatcheries making. So that doesn't look like a man who wants to go end it right now.
Yeah. Wow. Well, I mean, Dreamer's sending a probe to the top right. If he can start taking these bases and get split map, all of a sudden, like a complete split map will favor Protoss there a little bit. Or can definitely favor Protoss, since they trade so much more efficient in the late game, but we'll see. I don't think Drone Dance or Aegyo here is going to allow this to happen. Looks like he's sending a good group of units up there to try and deny that now, though.
I wonder if he's just trying to defend this high ground or if he's actually trying to be aggressive. And if Dreamer gets up some robotics on the top right, makes a bunch of Reavers, Storm, it's going to be pretty hard to break that for Aegyo.
Yeah. Well, he knows about it now. Yeah. Let's see. He's only got a group of lurkers there. No. He needs more units than that if he wants to try and bust this. I feel like this is the missed opportunities here for Aegyo. Like, he's let Dreamer back into this game, or keeps letting him have chances back into this game, you know?
Yeah. Last time Dreamer threw it away by running into lurkers, but maybe this time he won't. And then Aegyo might be in trouble. That's a lot of hatcheries, man.
Yeah. Like, I still feel like the Zerg has got this wrapped up, but the longer this goes on, the more bases that Protoss gets, the harder and harder it could be for Zerg to end the game, and more chances Protoss could have. Like, if he starts getting Reavers up there and blocks that off a bit, starts harassing, gets a really big army, moves out onto the map, and Zerg takes a bad trade, all of a sudden, you find Protoss at your doorstep trying to take out some bases.
Protoss just needs to be passive right now. There's no room for aggression. Just pull back, let the Zerg attack. It's his only chance.
Let's see. Big amount of Zerglings and Lurkers coming in here trying to flank this army.
Oh, those storms. He needs to defend his base.
Oh, nice. Couple of good storms there. A couple of Lings do survive though, so he's gonna have to send something else up there.
And those are cracklings, so he needs to hurry before that Nexus dies to those 2 Lings. He's not focusing. He's killing the probes.
That Nexus would be half dead if those 2 Lings were attacking it.
Yeah. He needs to send his reinforcements. This is not enough units.
Oh, the Lings are focusing down that Nexus now. He's gonna send those out and save it. But
He's
at
doing
the
for
same time,
cost.
yeah, there's storms there, but he's not using them. Oh, he's just gonna tap out. GG is called. Well, all right, nicely played. Aegyo takes it down.
Yeah, he plays it very patiently.
Yep. I mean,
At least
when
in
you
the
get,
end.
yeah, when you're ahead, get more ahead, I guess, right? Like,
Yeah.
he definitely had chances where he probably could have ended that game earlier, but he didn't want to take the risk and say, oh, I'm going to attack into this and then lose all his units and let Protoss come back. He just slowly suffocated Protoss out, it looks like, you know?
There could always be a few really good storms, you know, and suddenly you lose the advantage. You don't want to do that.
All right, guys, that was a wonderful cast. Thank you very much, LML and Snipe. What do you guys think of Mayday by Doglift?
Yeah, interesting. Well, definitely lots of choke points, like we were saying, and high ground locations that Zerg return could probably take advantage of more than Protoss, but still was a fun map and produced a pretty fun game there.
I also stay by the words that we used pre-game. Narrow map with a lot of ridges and high ground. I think Aegyo used it perfectly, staying on that high ground, making it impossible for Dream to use that route.
Okay, on that note, guys, we're going to the next map. It was in the ASL map contest. It's called Turbine by Minerals. He also made Blade Runner, Blindside, featured in BSL recently. Very active and upcoming map maker who's helping to organize the New Worlds map contest. Big shout out to Minerals. We're going to see Artuser, who's a semi-pro Korean Zerg player, play against Khala on this map. Any comments about this 3-player map called Turbine?
I've played a few games.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say I haven't actually played any games on it, but I was talking with Minerals one night, like a while ago. I think you were there too, Ox, and like Shroom or Always Lose was there, and I was trying to give him feedback or ask about certain parts of the map, and it turned out I was actually looking at an older version of the map, so no one had any idea what I was talking about. It was like, what about this part and that part, and just a lot of funny little stories. So it'll be nice to actually see this map in action now that it's ready to go here.
Yeah, it's a great point. Sometimes you have different versions of maps, and it can complicate things. Pato, you got any comments about Turbine?
Well, I had the fortune to play a couple of games on it, so yeah, it's an original map first of all, but it's very hard for pros. Even though you can have an inside expansion, I call this like a 3-player ring and boom. Maybe what's this map? But I don't know. It's very hard to engage on this map, and the expansions are very hard to attack since they are all on the upper terrain. So you have to develop a particular set of strategy, which is good. But I wouldn't pick this map if I was a Protoss user, for example.
It's interesting because I think perceptions of players regarding maps isn't always the same. So I have heard other players say it's more favor Protoss, like Khala, for example, thought it favors Protoss, and Yabsab. I think map makers sort of have to decide for themselves because players, you can't always go by their perceptions, although their feedback is important. It's just one of the difficult things I think about map making and just talking about maps in general. It's very complicated, but it also leads to some really interesting, I think, discussions. So
well, back in the day, I think the goal of the map is to force players to develop new strategies and to actually have to play in a different style that they are used to. So if I have to set a goal for a new map, it's to make people play different. If you make a map and all the players just play standard because it's the way it is, I don't think that will bring entertaining games. So this map is original, so it's an okay map for me.
All right,
Has a
guys.
few interesting features. The natural, obviously, in the main base has an extremely short transfer distance. So once your base goes up, you don't lose a lot of mining time by transferring your workers, which is quite interesting. Then you're on high ground, so it's easier to defend. And the expansions on the outer ring, on the high ground, all have pure minerals. So they are not 100% expansions. They only have 1,200 minerals per field and 4k gas. So you can't just rely on them and camp up and be fine forever. You actually have to go and get another expansion sooner than usual.
Okay, that's great, guys. I'm gonna get right into it. Turbine, buy minerals. Let's do it.
And in the top left, we have Artuser as the green Zerg.
That's
And in
Yabsab,
the
right?
top right,
No, it's not Yabsab. Artuser is another pro gamer.
Okay. Sorry. Sorry to interrupt, my bad.
and
Please
in
be
the
my
top
guest.
right, we have Khala as the yellow Protoss. Now, another feature we haven't mentioned before, but which is very obvious right now, is that there are creep colonies on the ramp, which are only activated if a Zerg is spawning in a certain position, and then the creep connects. This allows the Zerg to actually make defenses without adding another hatchery on his ramp. It was a feature I think first used by Freakling on DC area. And after that, a lot of map makers seemed to want to copy that feature, so a lot of maps came out after that that used this. For example, Turbine.
I wonder if you could put some extra tech or use it to like high tech or something in ZVT, right? You just got that little extra creep. You could maybe throw your spire or something down there. Just add a vision of a scan. Or throw it in the top corner if they try and scan that part. Gives you a little extra option there for that, I suppose. But it looks
Yeah.
like Khala will scout this first, too.
It's like back in the day when everyone went for 3 hatch and tried to hide the tech. Now you have to. Now you can even do it on 2 hatch. That's quite a nice feature too.
Yeah. 2 hatch high tech. Yeah, he is going to get here in time to be able to deny this expansion for a little bit here. Or try and slow down the hatchery. It's always nice.
He actually gets it down without too much delay. And Khala's going for that one gateway in his base near the ramp. So there's no walling, but the entrance is so narrow that you don't need a wall.
Yeah. Looks like you need 2 zealots to block it still from Zerglings, but yeah,
Yep.
should be fine.
Two zealots, that's fine, in my opinion.
Oh yeah.
Nothing to complain about.
No. And yeah, Nexus goes down, so both players using that quick expansion or taking that expansion quickly as to be expected here. I mean, it's basically pretty easy to get that expansion up and running and easy to defend it.
So what do you think? Is the third base on the mineral only in front of your base the best option for Zerg? Or do you personally think one of the high ground gas expansions would be better?
Yeah, I was wondering about this because like at one point it is very, very close, right? Like so it's easier to reinforce, but there's so many different angles you can come in from the space. Like it's wide open. You can zealots could come from either side. Now, of course, one way it's going to be shorter than the other, but he can still loop around kind of behind that. So I would almost maybe take the high ground base because it's much easier to defend with a couple of Sunkens or Lurkers up the ramp. But we'll see. I mean, it's just so close that he can transfer units between it really quickly as well.
Yeah, you can basically have your ready point at your third base, right?
Yeah.
But also the wall is really thin, so any storms over that wall are pretty easy. Or even goon shots maybe. I don't know if that would be in range.
Well, it looks like he's going to try and take down these creep colonies here and open up that ramp. He will get the one down, so it's going to allow him to get in there a little bit easier in the future if he wants to try and take advantage of that.
Oh, he's actually getting a cannon.
Yeah, maybe because he lost that creep colony, he feels he needs it now. Especially.
Yeah, I mean you
and
still
yeah,
need
he
to...
might.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was just to say, yeah, he might now, because it looks like Artuser is going to make a bunch more lings, knowing that he killed that to try and take advantage of that. But now Khala does scout that, so he should be ready and able to defend.
Yeah, there's no way for him to go in. Oh, he's even making more links.
Yeah. He wanted to take advantage of the fact that he killed that creep colony, but Khala's ready for it. So nice play by him getting that up and running and blocking that extra opening that he made for himself.
I think the good part about this map is that you can defend with those two zealots early on, and you don't need a forge. You can go for the core first.
Yeah.
You obviously still need a forge for your +1, but getting the core before you forge can really translate into a few overlord kills.
Just getting that tech up really quickly is useful too. You go for a really fast Sair DT type of a build, or like I said, you can still get the forge and go for a fast +1 or a normal +1 timing if you wanted. Don't have to not get it, but yeah, we can see this happening now. It looks like he's going to get at least that one overlord. Spire is done for our user, so he should be able to push these back here momentarily.
Yeah, his causes weren't particularly fast, so he's just going to get that one overlord.
Ooh. I was wondering if those Scourge were going to go try and flank that Sair. Like they're just going to head straight to the main base and do a little bit of scouting around. Okay, he knows it's up there maybe. Looks like he wants to try and corner it here. Oh, doesn't quite get it.
Close one.
There isn't cannon quite done yet in the main base by the Stargate, so he's going to have to camp those Sairs over his other cannons, but he should be fine here. Not going to take any Scourge damage on them.
He's actually going for Reaver. That's an interesting choice.
Yeah, don't normally see Reavers as quickly. I'm kind of a Sair Reaver. I mean, maybe he wants to try and abuse this middle area somewhat. This is cool. This is actually pretty cool to see. He's got that shuttle. I imagine he's going to be getting shuttle speed with this as well then. He's going to go for like a Sair Zealot Reaver timing push. And there's shuttle speed almost halfway down there.
Oh no.
Oh, he scouts the Reaver now.
Yeah, he saw that the zealots moved out, and the zealots saw the Zerglings, but they didn't stop the links from going in.
Yeah, one Ling did scout it, so he does know. Now, oh, he's got mutas out. Will he be able to pick off the Reaver? Or will the Sayers do a good enough job and be able to defend it? A lot of this could come down to control here, yeah.
Yeah, funny how he goes to the top with the Zealots to distract the Mutas. And now the Reaver can go in for free. Or can it? Yeah, he tries to fight the Corsairs.
Yeah. The Reaver's gonna scout that base being taken there from Artuser as well. He's gonna fly into the main, see if he can't get some drone kills there. A couple of Scarabs are gonna connect here. No, I don't know if he's gonna get out. Yeah, there's still a lot of mutas left, so I don't think he can get out with the shuttle right.
Just seem to have the speed upgrade over to deal with the Scarab.
Oh, another one. That is just so much damage. Even if he loses this Reaver, which he will now, but that was still so worth it. You can see Zerg down to 20 drones here now.
Look at the Zealot cleaning up the third base.
One hit left on that Zealot. Just kills a couple more drones.
Yeah, force base goes down and Khala wants to shuttle in some of those Zealots that kills the force base.
And he'll get it, so he can probably pick up a few more drones here. It's really slowing down the economy of Zerg.
Yeah, he's not just killing more and more drones, he's also stopping some mining time. So that just slows Artuser even more down in getting those extra drones.
More Zealots at the third base too. Khala's just everywhere with these Zealots right now. And every drone pull, every drone that's killed, every pull, it's just getting Khala further and further ahead here economically. You see he's even getting ready to take his third base now too.
And he got one more drone. And there's a speed shuttle flying out. It might have been spotted.
Yeah. Oh, that's a lot of Scourge.
I think those are both Zerglings, right? So I think he didn't see the shuttle. But now he's flying by the Overlord. Yeah, and he knows this is...
Yeah. Now he can definitely catch that. That'd be a nice pickoff. Will Khala unload anything before it dies?
Oh, still paying attention and it goes down.
Bit unfortunate for him there, but you still gotta say Khala's in a really good position.
He's still heavy on those Zealots. Added an Archon against the Mutas. Oh, if he can get out of the scratch. This might be over. There's nothing else. It's just Mutas.
Yeah, he lost all the drones at his third base there too. Scourge are going to chase down the Sayers so they can't fight off the Mutas here, but he's just losing so many drones once again.
This is the opposite of last game. This time the Zerg is just defending.
Yep. He's like barely surviving right now. Khala's continuing to tech up, or it take his third base here. And I don't think, Artuser's really going to have much to pressure. There's plenty of Corsairs out. There's still another Archon. Khala's just relentless. He just keeps sending them back every time Artuser thinks he's got some breathing room. Another army comes in here.
Yeah. And GG.
As he sees that next wave or next attack coming, he taps out. Khala takes it down. Nicely played by Khala.
Yeah, he just kept up the pressure. It was perfectly done.
Yep. Those first few Reaver Scarabs really sealed the fate there, and he just didn't let Zerg get any breathing room to try and fight back in the game.
Oh yeah, those Scarabs, man. If they only work like that all the time.
Right? Kill a bunch of SCVs all the time or something.
Yes, please.
Might use reverse more if I did that.
I don't think we saw the full potential of the map, since it was rather short and one-sided after that first attack on the drones. I would have loved to see how the new gap between the side expansions works, especially for Zerg against Protoss to flank the bases, but... Is this map in the top 4?
Turbine did not make it into the top 4, but it was somewhat close.
Okay.
There's a great show match that we broadcasted on Turbine between Khala and Scan. I think it's a best of 7, guys. We've uploaded it on our YouTube page, Team Think Quick. It's broadcasted recently. I think the title is The Leo Showmatch. It's part of that Showmatch series. Khala vs Scan. And then we showed Koget vs True Touch after that. So the teaser event was Khala vs Scan, best of 7 on Turbine. Really worth checking out. Some great games. Yeah, super excited about this map. Wish it good luck in the future. Hopefully, foreign leagues, events, maybe even ASL picks it up.
Yeah. Let's see what the ASL says.
Alright guys, the next map is Sanctuary by Jungle Terrain and Minerals. We're going to see Dewalt vs OctZerg.
Interesting map. The middle kind of looks like Fighting Spirit, and I've heard it compared to something like a Polypoid or something too. I have played a couple games on this map. I randomly joined it on Battle.net. Custom games, I saw it being hosted. I randomly joined, and it was Minerals himself who hosted it. So I was like, oh, hey Minerals, what's up kind of thing, and we ended up playing a game on it. PvP, that was my first experience with it. Pretty fun, interesting map. And then I played it again in the Nom Star League just last week. Now, one interesting thing I found on this map, just for PvZ, is in the top right, if Minerals is still here. There's one spot, you put your gateway, the Zerglings can get out of your base, but they can't get into your base. I thought that was the weirdest thing. It's the first time I've ever seen that. It's literally tight from the outside going in, but not from the inside going out.
Ah.
I don't know if anyone's ever experienced that before. But I can show you a picture that I took of the wall that I was testing it with.
Right.
Yeah, Zerglings could go one way through the wall, but not the other way through the wall. I've never seen anything like that before.
I guess I should mention, because I know a little bit about how the contest works and how, I guess, map makers prepare their maps. Not everything is perfected until the very end. So this map actually did make it into the top 5. And we have different stages of this map contest. First, there's a stage where people submit their map. And then before, I think we ask people to vote. Map makers have a week or whatever to make revisions. And then after whatever the next maps are voted for, there's more time allowed for the map makers to revise their maps. And this kind of continues until the very end. So what I wanted to say is I think map makers sort of prepare the general layout. I mean, they try to perfect it as much as possible, but you can expect revisions down the road. If it's going to be included in like a playtest tournament or foreign league or whatever, you could expect it to be much more polished up and all those little details kind of perfected. But that should not stop anybody from providing comments or feedback about things they notice, because map makers appreciate anybody paying attention to their work. They put in a lot of time. A lot of these maps take 50-60 hours just to sort of put together, and yeah, they appreciate it very much. Any other general comments about Sanctuary, guys, by Jungle Terrain and Minerals? If not,
I still think after last night that it's kind of tight in some places. I'm really looking forward to a PvZ on it.
I am too. Let's get into it, guys.
All right.
In case anybody's wondering, we organize unofficial showmatch playtests on these maps, and basically we've selected single games from those show matches just to showcase. Welcome to Sanctuary, guys. I hope you enjoy your stay. Where's my player intro?
Okay, so
go ahead.
Go.
We have deep.
No, after you.
Okay,
Each of you do one.
On the left, we have Dewalt, our Russian powerhouse, and the defending champion of RTG, which is coming up in just 2 months.
Operational as well. If you have preferred. And on the top right, we have the dot needed, sir, OctZerg. He's from Macedonia, right? Or
Yeah.
Northern Macedonia, please.
Macedonia.
He used to be a TQ member, like 2006. So I have a long history with OctZerg. Yeah, that's when Idra and other people played for us. Great guy.
Make TQ great again.
I asked him to play Dewalt on this map. He was like, "Are you serious, Dewalt?" I'm like, "Yeah." Are you scared? It's like, "No, let's do it."
Who wouldn't be scared at all?
He actually talked shit because he got further in BSL than Dewalt did, because he had gotten Dewalt had gotten knocked out from Jaehyun. So he's like, it's actually a privilege for Dewalt to be playing me. He has a good sense of humor.
Yeah, I've known him for a long time. He just came back to StarCraft not too long ago, actually.
That's right.
Just a few months. He's streaming on Twitch too, and he's well known as a Zergling Zerg for overwhelming you early on with Zerglings very often, especially in the past. I think a little less nowadays, but he still sticks to his roots.
Is that similar with True Touch and Siki?
I don't see Ziki and True Touch as aggressive as OctZerg. I mean, True Touch is really aggressive and strong, but OctZerg is more on the cheesy side, or at least used to be. He still has some special builds for sure. We can already see that he's going for 6 Zerglings instead of 2 Zerglings and 2 drones.
So why did Dewalt not make a gateway in Zealots?
That's a good question.
Maybe he's not as familiar with the map and the wall, and he's like, I'll just see what I can make for a wall and put the forge here. It is a bit different walling on here. Like I said, I did have to play a PVZ on this map for NSL, so I went in and checked out my walls before I got into the match and took screenshots of every position just so I could make sure I got a decent enough wall here. Took me a few attempts to find something that I liked in each position, so there you go. But it looks like Dewalt is going to be fine here. He's got a couple probes blocked up. Did get that cannon out. So those links aren't going to get in, and we can transition into whatever his game plan is.
So OctZerg is pretty well known for being a very, very aggressive Zerg, so maybe we're going to see an orthodox game from him, right? Right. Okay, so...
Well, he is patrolling with those Zerglings.
Oh, it's something. Not letting that Zealot get out, but there is a probe that is going to be able to get in and scout here and confirm that the lair has been started. So always a good feeling for Protoss when you can scout, if it's like something like 3H Hydra, or if you can see, okay, lair is started, so I know I'm not in any immediate danger.
If you spawn cross positions on a big map like this, which I think is 128 times 128, same as Shakir's Temple, Polyvoid, does it favor one race, or is it... No. The same. Like, is the situation better for Protoss or Zerg, or it just depends, I guess, how they open?
Yeah, I mean, it can come into play. Like, personally, I'd rather spawn cross map into a PVT or something.
Yeah.
But it also depends on strategies too, right? Like, if you're a more aggressive player, then maybe, like, if that's your style, you might want those closer spawns, right? In either matchup, like if you're aggressive Protoss against Terran, maybe you want the close spawn so you can do the damage quicker. But I'm more of a macro style player, so I would rather have the cross spawn so I can get my macro going and at less threat of being killed by some sharp early timing from a Terran kind of thing, right? So I think a lot of it does come down to the particular style of the players.
Great, thank you.
So if you play a great player such as Dewalt, do you play standard macro or you try to, I don't know, do some crazy strat to pull a win?
Well, if you're talking to me, depends on the situation. If it was like a situation where I'm playing in some kind of a tournament or something where I'd need a win or need to get a win for my team or whatever, then I'd probably try something more of an all-in type strategy, like cut some corners, maybe, you know, skip out on detection and risk, say, I don't think you're going to go DT for a faster expansion or something like that, right? But if I'm playing him just in practice or something, I would probably just go something more standard just to see, you know, just to test myself and see how I can hold up playing a normal game against someone of his skill.
I have to say, when I played against Dewalt in one of the STPL web test tournaments, I just played standard for the most part because I knew I can't beat him no matter what I do. So I just.
But you want to die with
see.
honor.
Yeah, I just wanted to see how well I will be doing.
I mean,
you
what's
can
the
get
point of
lucky.
beating Dewalt with a proxy cheese?
Exactly, it's not even worth it.
Win is a win.
Depends if you need the win for your team or not, right?
Yeah,
Like,
you
is
need
it your
to-
tie?
You can brag with your friends.
Yeah,
So I beat
the
Dewalt with the proxy.
You can always pull out a build order win, yeah.
That's why I felt
Yeah.
bad that he got knocked out in BSL, because those players might be able to pick off a game, but in like a best of 5, I don't think they would be. No offense to any players out there, but I don't think that's a controversial statement to say that Dewalt is most likely to win in a best of 5 against most players, not everybody.
I think you're right. But I think competition is good and you have to prepare your mindset against any type of format. Even if it's best of 1 or
That's
best
right.
of 3 or best of 5.
ASL is like
So-
that as well, right?
Oh yeah, you have
One
to...
game you get knocked out.
Well, you have to make decisions, and those decisions will make you a champion. It's really boring to play the same format the same way. So sometimes you get punished, sometimes you don't. But that's the game. So far we're seeing a pretty much standard game. So I'm thinking that OctZerg wants to be remembered with honor. No crazy strats, no aggressive build order, just macro style.
It looks like OctZerg's doing well, guys, right? He has a few expansions, he has his hatcheries up, he's ready to make a bunch of units. It doesn't seem like Dewalt can overwhelm him with a lot of zealots. Am I reading this game correctly?
I think he's doing alright. I think he overdrawn. He needs to pull some units because he will get damage with those corsairs, but I think he's doing alright. He has 45 drones, that's a lot.
I think Nemu really prefers that kind of Zerg play where you get 50, 40 drones.
Yeah, it is good, but you have to be unharmed for a period of time. If not, you are most likely gonna get punished with early attacks or harassed like this one. Even though he stops this attack, he would lose a couple of overlords.
Yeah, it's a DT got through.
Oh, so sad. And no speed overload yet. So OctZerg is doing a great job holding this attack.
I mean, I look at Dewalt's base, and it's not like he has, a scary army just waiting to march out. They look like they're in a similar position.
Yeah, he made too many Corsairs to have another big army at home. Every Corsair that you make is one less gate.
So you guys think OctZerg is slightly in the lead?
think they are even.
Or is he always losing because it's the vault?
Yes.
No, it's because it's pro.
I think the supply actually tells the story. Dewalt is still way ahead in supply right now. But with OctZerg expanding like crazy and having this many drones, he could easily catch up.
I think Dewalt's killing his gate there. Just let's open some room up so he can get his units out a little easier, I guess. Killed his own gate.
Anybody see that Korean message at the top?
Yeah.
I've seen a couple of times.
What is that?
I don't know. I got a message that the guy got it on the game as well. But my Korean isn't very sharp, so
That's not Korean, is it? Seems to look a little different.
Chinese to be, yeah.
Where's that coming from?
I don't know. Maybe
Why
it
is
says
it-
our leader Xi Jinping rules the world.
maybe.
You're going to get smashed. Go communism.
I like that message. Let's translate it.
I'm proud of Sophie. Just in Chinese.
It's a lot of words for Protoss OP.
Yeah. Describing every
Yes.
way Protoss is OP. Or at least it's not the Terran one, that would take up pages and pages.
Well, we cry a lot.
No. That's true. But looks like Dewalt is now moving out onto the map. Feels like he's got a big enough army that he can kind of contest whatever OctZerg's gonna throw at him here.
Also, he wants to be aggressive so that he can expand. I think he's trying to take the 9 o'clock base.
I think a group of units heading that way to scout for it. Okay, it was just some Scourge. Gonna go see if they could scout if he was taking that base or not.
Come on, OctZerg. Oh god.
Some storms
Oh my
coming.
god.
Okay.
That looked beautiful.
Oh my god, I thought he was gonna do so much better than that. I'm sorry to laugh.
Okay, this is awkward.
That was art. That was beautiful.
Yeah, you can be doing so well, and then the storms come, and if you don't dodge them, then your army is just gone.
He literally lost everything.
Yep. A small group of Hydras tried to take out that base, but Dewalt was ready with some zealots of his own. Yeah. This is
Okay.
looking really good for Dewalt here.
Yeah, I think it's GG, guys.
He's
It's
twice the supply.
Yeah. And the upgrades are 1-1. It's an okay upgrade.
He's even attacking through the narrowest path possible, and he's allowed in. But his goons just don't want his army to enter.
Oh, that storm. Okay. Yeah,
Those storms
it
are
would
dealing
be-
too much damage.
Bunch of overloads flying over the dunes here as well.
Oh, of course,
It's
sir.
gonna fly in.
Yeah, okay. So it was a good game. I liked the strategy from OctZerg, but sadly, one bad move and yeah.
Well, that's what good players will do, right? You make one mistake and then all of a sudden a good player will just punish
Yeah.
you for it.
Yeah, they just snowball. Now he will send like thousands of salads until he dies. That narrow spot is really killing the wall. It's like, 300, the Spartans.
Yeah.
He's really losing all his family there, but
He's still twice the supply. He's still killed out his Zerg base. And he's still gonna get another base if he pushes in there, I think. Looks like he doesn't want to push in there. I wonder what the decision behind that is. Maybe he just thinks it's gonna be too inefficient for him to attack him. Right?
Yeah, he will just attack from the front. Why he had to go through there when he has a bigger engage point in the front of his base? So okay, 1A, 2A, 3A, go.
It's not that easy, you know. Breathing is also involved. You have to look at things with your eyes.
Do you though?
Multitasking.
Alright, well, another base comes up and Dewalt instantly just kills that.
Yeah, it's basically all he has to do from this point on. Just every time OctZerg tries to expand, just kill it. You never actually have to go in and try to kill the main.
He could though. I think he's toying with his ult.
His mid game was a lot stronger than OctZerg's.
I think given these bridges, you can play very defensively as Zerg and make it very hard for anyone to break. What do you guys think of that? Like, you know, lurkers, spores.
Yeah, but there's not much lurkers just on the third base, but on the fourth. I'm sorry, but if he attacks right now, I think he should win.
Yeah, I think definitely Dewalt is in a position to take the game, but generally approaching ZVP on this map, that could be one style of just, you know, look at these narrow bridges that you have to get through.
Oh, it's taking the most narrow path.
Oh no!
Oh my god!
Oh, so beautiful.
Okay. Okay then.
Alright, this feels to be the killing blow here now. Dewalt's gotten through those bridges and narrow chokes, killing another base. Like, this isn't a very important base overall, but it's still a base. Gives him a little less mineral income and no production, or less production, I should say. And yeah, Dewalt takes it down. GG.
I think OctZerg played a really good earlier game, part of the mid game, but then he just fell off compared to Dewalt.
Oh.
The map is just so damn tight. I mean, trying to go to that third base, he went really through the tiny bridge, and the fourth base over that little ridge. It's just impossible to attack anything. And you really need to have a huge advantage to make it worth it. And even then he lost so much stuff because all his units were trying to take while on the ridge, and the other half was still stuck behind that. I'm not sure if that maybe should be a little wider.
I think yesterday you mentioned one place that could be opened up a bit, if that was, you know, acceptable from the map maker's point of view, because you know, when they create maps, they have certain vision, certain types of, I guess, games they think should take place on that map, given the features.
True.
Alright guys, so the next map, Wavelet, and I should mention that the map from before Sanctuary did make it into the top 4, so we're going to see a playtest tournament on there. 8 top foreigners, single elimination. And Wavelet made it to the top 4 as well. It's by Freakling and Crystal Drag. We're going to see Khala versus Yabsab, a PVZ. Yabsab is a semi-pro Korean Zerg player.
This will be interesting.
This map received the most positive reviews from the public, including AS ranked players, map makers.
It is interesting indeed.
Kind of gives me that Grand Line feeling. That desert map Grand Line, whatever. It's kind of split in the middle like this.
I think one thing I like is a simple layout that you can sort of look at the map and be like, okay, I get how this works, right? How the pathing works, because sometimes it could be a map that requires playing on quite a few times to familiarize yourself with it. And the way
It's
that
like
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, it's like a secret breaker without the 6 and the 12 expansion. And with the
Yeah.
Yeah.
The way that I guess it's a spaced house set, like LML was saying. I mean, I mentioned that it's kind of like a new circuit breaker. But Freakling, the author, is right to point out that, you know, all the things that make circuit breaker aren't on this map, like the high platforms and the mineral onlys. So you have a third with gas on this map. And the pathing is kind of different. But it's cool in the sense that it might remind people of a popular map that they've played on before. And so that map could be ingrained in the back of their minds when they're playing this map. And they approach it that way, you know, like thinking, yeah, so the expansions are kind of like CB at, you know, 9 and 3 o'clock or whatever.
Oh, Spasiba, Dewalt for the raid, and welcome Brain to the chat.
Thank you, my
Muchas
friend.
gracias.
We just showed a game of Dewalt versus OctZerg. If anybody wants to watch the VOD on Sanctuary, I just want to thank Dewalt for playtesting. He's played unofficial playtests on the semi-finalist maps, at least one of them, and he's also participating in the official playtest tournaments, including the one on Wavelet, guys. Yeah, we have a tournament on Wavelet scheduled to show tomorrow, Saturday, June 5th, starting at 1 p.m. Eastern. We have, you know, 1 or 2 matches still that have to be done. I'm hoping that we can broadcast that for you guys tomorrow. Really working on it. Worst case scenario, we'll have to delay it. It's just because players have different time zones and schedules. But we've tried our best to get those games completed so we can stream all the games on Wavelet. 6 best of 5s and 1 best of 7 final. So it would be a very long, awesome stream event. All the games would be on Wavelet because it was voted as one of the top 4 maps. Okay, any last comments about this map? And big shout out to Russ Brain in the chat. Thank you for joining us.
One interesting thing about this map that I also mentioned yesterday is all the mineral fields have 1,536 minerals. So that's an extra 36 minerals per patch. And alone in the main and natural, that already accumulates to more than 500 extra minerals that you can mine. So especially in PvZ, which we are about to see, I wonder if you can delay your expansion maybe by a minute or so. Maybe half a minute. In theory, at least.
Okay, if there's no more comments, let's get it started.
Go.
Don't rush me.
Sorry, sir.
I love you, Pato. No, I don't. I hate you.
Te amo.
Okay, guys, welcome.
So in the upper right part of the map, we have our Zerg player, Dig Yabsab. And on the bottom left, we have our red powerhouse Protoss player, Khala. So I'm a big fan of Yabsab, so I'm looking for a great game today.
Why are you a fan of Yabsab? He plays
I don't know, I like... Oh yeah, Zerg is the best race. Didn't you know that?
As you play Terran?
Yeah. But Zerg is for me, it's the best race. It's really good players. So I'm really looking forward for this match. All the big clan that they have very talented players, so yes, Yabsab is no exception to this. So we had cross-spawn locations, gateway first for our red Protoss, which is a little bit unfortunate, I believe, because I think he will not get much harassed with that salad, but maybe if Yabsab opens 12 hatch, maybe he has a shot.
Is this the first opening we've seen in PvZ today? I feel like everyone kept going forward, like Dewalt. And
Yeah, you're right.
That's surprising, considering how popular Gate Expand is in PvZ right now.
Look at the wonderful aesthetic details on this map. I know we often focus on the functionality of maps, but really nice details here.
And in front of each natural, there's a small image, and it's not the same in front of each natural. The colors, whether it's an empty circle or a colored circle,
Oh yeah.
changes depending on the base.
Love this rusty kit in the center.
Yeah, I wonder why everyone says think of circuit breakers when they see this map. First thing I had in mind was Camelot with that middle and the rusty material.
Yeah, as well.
I
But
thought
it's much
Khala
bigger.
Grand Line.
Yeah.
I could kind of see circuit breakers because it's a space map, I guess. But
Yeah,
So
that's what I
the
said.
expansion,
the first two expansions, the first two bases are similar. Yeah.
yeah, and the middle expansion as well.
got
You
that
don't
one,
have you don't have 12 and 6, but the expansion disposition is pretty much the same. And it's a big map. It's a 4-player map, while Camelot is a 3-player map, right?
2-player.
2-player.
Oh, 2-player. Okay. So it's smaller.
The Zerg is Yabsab. The guy who asked in the chat. Yeah, you can't really see his name very well. That navy blue really makes it hard to see.
Yeah.
We can't change the colors.
Blue is such, the dark blue is just so horrible to read, man. Blizzard did not do a good job with that.
And there's a few colors like that. Remember when they had cyan or cyan as the color? It's literally blended with the minerals and gas.
Oh yeah, that was perfect. Anyone who doesn't change their color on the minimap is just like, why are the minerals moving?
Yeah, right?
I think all the imperfections is what makes Brood War so wonderful and so nice. The laggy server, lack of 2v2 ladder, like...
Yeah, the server isn't laggy, okay? There's no server involved.
So looking like a standard game as well, even though Khala opened gate first.
Yeah, looks like we've got Stargate coming up. Let's just poke it in, see if there's anything they can see. It's getting hit by that cannon. Overlord's gonna fly away now, try and hide themselves out on the map and see if they can avoid the Corsairs. And I guess we're just gonna have to see where the players want to go from here. It's like +1 is started for Khala, so I will expect a heavier Sarah style coming out from him. Expect to see at least 5 Corsairs being made.
No Citadel yet, right? Or no Robo, so I'm wondering what Khala is going to do. I like the Turbine build order with Rivers, it was original. So maybe he can repeat something like that. Okay, it'll run by. Oh.
I like that he canceled that cannon. He knows, okay, the Ling's already got in. I don't need this cannon anymore. I'll save that 150 minerals.
Those Sterling could be so annoying with speed.
And we do have a lot of Zealots here as well. Just forcing Yabsab to make a ton of Zerglings is just really going to hurt his economy. Of course, you don't want to be losing these Zealots either as Khala, but it is forcing... All those Lings could have been drones had these Zealots not moved out onto the map. So You can see he's had like 15 workers. He is starting to remake those drones now, but Khala is gonna get get a nice scout off and kill an overlord as well. Sees no second gas, so he can be relatively sure he's not gonna be facing a bunch of mutas anytime soon.
Are all of those hatcheries? That's a third. Okay, one evolution chamber for the +1 upgrade probably for the Hydras.
Khala made that second cannon. He made it when he didn't see Forest.
Yeah. He immediately went to remake it.
So, how many hatcheries did we go up to total here? Is that 6?
Yep.
I think. It's probably going to be a little bit heavier, like Hydra aggression style. You can still tech off of this, but with the 6 hatchery, you're going to have more larvae to spend your resources on. So it's more likely he's going to be making a little more Hydras before he decides to go into some other kind of tech. Of course, he will eventually still want to go, or most likely go up to at least 1 hatcheries, but...
Yeah, his +1 should finish around 9:30, I believe. With perfect timing. He's going to have speed overloads, so he's definitely committing to those Hydra lists.
Great micro over there. Sniping Zealot. Storm is on its way. Full Hydra mode for the third. And sadly, this attack, I don't think it will do much. Great positioning from Yabsab, so Khala will have to pull back immediately.
In general, there wasn't a lot of zealots there anyway. It's 4, but maybe he could pick off some overlords or something using the zealots to distract the Hydras. But like I said, good positioning, nothing he can really get done, so he's just going to retreat those zealots back and scout around with the map with these Corsairs, see if there's anything he can pick off.
So macro time for Protoss.
That's a lot
I
of
don't
gameways.
Yeah, it looks like he is going to go for a heavy two base push here. How many gate was that? Like 8 gates or something? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 more of the natural makes 8. Yeah.
And 1 more in the natural. 9. Right?
No, it's 3,
Well, that's a robo.
5, 7.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's a robo. Okay.
7 in the main. 8 gate. He did go for that +1 armor as his next upgrade there from the forge. I don't know if he has a second forge upgrading at all, but this is just going to give his zealots more survivability against the Hydras, which is nice. I mean, he did scout that there was 6 hatcheries, so he knew it was probably going to be a pretty strong Hydra aggression. So that +1 armor is very good.
Yeah. And he opts to go for +2 attack and not +2 armor. +2 armor is not too uncommon either against this Hydra player.
Yeah, I know like Snow especially likes to do that a lot, getting the +2 armor before +2 attack.
Yep. I personally prefer getting a second forge and then going for both of it.
Yeah,
+2,
me
+2.
too. Or I'll get the second forge even earlier and just go for like a +2/1 timing attack or something.
That works too, yeah. So I guess Khala is just waiting for his observer and for his goon range to finish, so that he can perfectly defend against any of those lurkers, if they possibly come across the map. But there's a small Hydra army. I don't know if he's hoping to get some high Templars or even bust the Natural.
He's gonna get at least a few Dragoon snipes here.
Yeah, that's
Probably kill
annoying.
those cannons, yeah. Now the reinforcements of Khala should eventually clean this up, but it's gonna get a little bit of damage then, so not bad, not a bad move for him.
Especially if you're not paying attention, as Khala is not. All your units run to the rally point and get damaged on the way there. Oh, did he just storm his observer or did it get sniped?
Oh, missed it. Stream got a little pixelated for me.
Yeah, same.
Okay, it's not just me. I wondered if it was just me, but
Always changes.
alright, well, Khala is gonna find an undefended base here. He started to pick it off, now he's retreating out onto the map. I guess he knows Zerg's coming to counterattack his base, so he's gonna leave a couple units there to try and kill the hatchery while sending the rest of his army back to defend his new base attempt or clean up this army here. But doing this, I feel like he's gonna, yeah, Zerg's probably gonna be able to save this hatchery now. If he left even one or two more zealots there, I think he would have got it.
Yep. And in return, his own serve is also getting
so
delayed.
close. 57, yeah. He would have left just one more zealot there, he would have got that. A bit unfortunate for Khala there. But he still may be able to go over there and snipe that with a couple of Dragoon shots or something.
Oh, he might be losing his probe again at the third.
Oh,
Yep.
he does, yep.
Just as he gets to 400 minerals, the probe dies, so his third gets delayed even further. But like I said, the minerals do have a few more minerals, so it's not as big of a deal as on other maps, but you still want that extra income. As long as you have 3 bases mining at the same time, you can add a few more gates and get even more units.
Well, Khala is trying to break in here once again. All the wings get cleaned up that were pressuring the front of his natural there. I think he should be able to kill this base, even if he just goes in and snipes it really quickly before this whole army gets here.
Yeah, just make one zealot attack it.
Yeah, nice storms on top of that ramp there. I really hope he targets that base at some point. Like, please, just go send the zealot to kill it. Okay.
I think he's going to clean up the Zerg stuff.
Yeah, it looks like he will clean up his area, so that's good.
Oh, there's just so many reinforcements.
Oh, if he doesn't snipe the hatchery, I'm gonna be so sad. Oh, he's even morphing it. 'Cause he wants to. He's not gonna get it. He's not gonna get it.
He actually,
Okay, he does get it.
he actually drew attention to it by morphing
Yeah.
it into a lair.
Yeah, I agree there. I feel like Khala didn't know how low it was or something. And then because he saw it being morphed, he decided to click it. He's like, wait, why are you doing this? And see, oh, it's only got 20 health or 60 health, whatever it was.
Yep.
That's good. I mean, if he didn't get that hatchery, he would be in a lot worse position right now.
Definitely. That was really worse, attacking it. And the best part, even if he was fighting from the low ground against the high ground reinforcements, it was such a nice choke point that his storms were just so useful in that position.
Yeah, you got a really nice storms on the top of that ramp there. But during this, Khala did get his third base set up as well, so he's going to be mining from that, getting that gas going as well, so that'll be good. Looks like he's getting ready to move out onto the map to see if he can't pressure another spot here once again as well.
And that third is really, I think, quite easy to defend. You have a tiny ramp, and then the other part is connected to your rally point, so you are quite well defended in general. I think if Yabsab would like to take that third, he needs to invest a lot of units into it.
Yeah. Well, looks like Khala's going towards the top of the map maybe, or just kind of moving around. It looks like his army's just all spread out as he moves back and forth. See if he can't pick something off. Of course, there's finding an overlord. Gonna be able to pick that off at least. The Defilers are out now too, so you gotta be careful.
Oh yeah. This is the point where I make Dark Archons. Dark Archons are the perfect counter to Defilers. just have to keep looking on the minimap and seeing them in time before they can plague you. But plague is just so extremely strong against Protoss, since the shields take true damage, and your units might take less damage depending on the armor type and attack type.
Yeah, plague is just so annoying as Protoss. Like you're saying, just kills all your health, and then shields take like no damage, or take off full damage. Right? And so Protoss units die so much easier. But
Yeah.
we've got a good group of Lings moving across the map, trying to see if he can't deny Khala's base. But it looks like Khala's on top of this, and probably won't lose the base.
Oh my. That's 2 High Templars dead. I think Khala's in a really good position. It's 4 base against 4 base. It's always better for the Protoss player. And you can see that there's still even a few minerals left in the main base, I believe. At least 2 or 3 patches. So this map is really providing a little extra.
It's definitely good for Birdosses. Now, Zerg is trying to take a 5th base here. Will he be able to secure it? There are a couple of lurkers on the ramp, but Khala's army is big enough that he can just kind of ignore them, run up there, and pick them off. So if he can deny that base, that'll be good for him. And I think he probably will be able to.
And Yabsab needs to get a base up desperately. Otherwise, he's just going to fall behind really fast. And then it's game over soon.
Yeah, saying that though, the supplies are very, very even. Where is all of Yabsab's supply here? Yeah, he is trying to attack into this base here of Khala's. Nice dark swarm, but it looks like Khala's got a couple storms there and should be able to clean this up. And he does save his bottom right base as well, so... I wonder if that hatchery, how close it was to dying. If it was like one zealot would have killed it, one more zealot would have killed it again. Oh my goodness, yeah. He keeps leaving 2 zealots when if he left 3 both times he would have killed it. He will clean up that force, so he will get to hold on to his 2 bases here for now. Oh, bro. Only gets 2 drones. But does force that pull. Yep. 3 DTs in the main as well. Oh, he started swiping the pool.
No. One is attacking the Queen's Nest and one is bugging out. That's not optimal.
Yeah. So much going on though. Yeah, I think he'll at least get the pool.
Yeah, he should. But it's not that big of a deal, I believe. Cool. Considering the resources. So.
Oh, no. Oh, one of the DTs survived into the channel.
Gets a few drones.
Then attacks
this and a DT trying to go to the bottom right. Or actually his whole army is trying to get there. He needs to get that hatchery. Yeah. But Yabsab is doing the right thing, expanding on in the top left at the 3rd base. So even if Khala kills the bottom right and has all his stuff there, he is ready to set up the top left, opposite side of the map. And is kind of secure there for a moment.
Khala does get up here. Let's make sure he actually kills the hatchery this time.
Would be hard not to.
Yeah. Gonna get that canal, so no units can screen through. And he will, of course, kill that hatchery, so that's nice.
He needs to run away immediately from the bottom right. He needs to defend his bases. If the Zerg knows that your whole army is stuck in a corner, your bases are under an instant threat.
Yeah, well, we see Yabsab trying to do that just now. His whole army, or a big part of his army coming down here, swarms coming down, but that's a lot of Templars running down here. Yeah. 6 Templars. So a lot of storms. Kill off a big chunk of that army, so I think He will be able to defend as long as he has enough zealots to kill the units under the Turk swarm here anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, those tracklings. How did they not get the Nexus?
Both players getting close to killing Nexuses or hatcheries and not quite being able to finish them off.
It's the theme of the game.
It seems to be. But Yabsab sending a ton more units down here towards, looks like maybe the natural.
What's he doing? I was expecting him to go for the force base.
Yeah,
Oh,
so
he's
is that,
actually trying to fight.
look, he's going to try and take out the army here at Protoss, at least some of it.
Ooh. That army got destroyed.
Oh, Reaver and Storm drop here at the base here.
Oh, that's very nice.
Killing some drones, forcing a pull.
Oh, look at that Scarab trying to get to the circling that's stuck behind the Nidus.
Where's the Scarabs from before, Khala?
Yeah, against those drones.
Yeah.
Oh, so sweat. He actually used up all the Scarab luck in that game.
Yeah. His Scarab luck for the month is probably all in that game. What are we at for upgrades here?
Yeah, I was about to ask the same thing. 3-1-1. 3-3 actually. Oh, that's strong.
Alright, well, Protoss is moving in here to that newly taken base from Yabsab. Will he be able to kill it? That Archon's doing work on those drones. Nice.
Yeah, I think Khala's pulling ahead here.
Yeah. The drones are transferring back, but there's still plenty of army here. Oh no, drones are just transferring back to their death there. Looks like Khala's barely gonna break through here. Although a few more units streaming out of that Nidus canal now. No, it's not gonna be enough. So this base should fall. With that, I feel like Yabsab's chances are starting to fall too.
Yeah,
Sure
he needs to take somewhere. Maybe attack with Storm and a few Zerglings and Lurkers. That's his last hurrah. Nope, it's GG. Yeah, that was very action-packed.
A game.
Yep. Great game.
I thought it was the end for Khala when Yabsab was attacking his third or whatever, but he came back.
I love when Zerg played with the fighter lurkers. I find it very interesting. It demands a lot of APM to death.
Never any compliments about Protoss. Fuck you, man.
You may never have them.
We got a lot of actions per minute.
At least like 100.
You gotta put batteries in your mouse. Your keyboard. You gotta be facing your monitor.
One hand to eat, one hand to play with.
Exactly, yeah. You know what? We should be counting all those things in the APM. A meal, some liquids, some sleep.
Having a beer, playing. Why not?
That was a fun game, guys, on Wavelet. It topped the charts. Like I mentioned, we asked the public to vote on a lot of maps that you're seeing. Big shout out to everyone who checked out the threads on TL. And we'll have a tournament on this map. We're trying to do it tomorrow starting at 1 p.m. Eastern. Pretty good player lineup. Hawk, Siki, Dandy, Ultra, Vadi, Dewalt, Oya, Tech. So all the official playtest tournaments, 8 players, top foreigners. All the matches are best of 5s with the final best of 7. And every single game is played on that map. It's to reward the map maker for making it into the top 4. And it also gives us a chance to test out the map extensively. And for, event organizers who may be interested in adding a new map to their map pool, it gives them a chance to check out all those games, right? And gives them a good idea of how that map plays out. So, wonderful, wonderful format. Big shout out to broodwarmaps.net, Minerals, Freakling, and the other map makers. I think they put together a really interesting and new format that involves so many different groups, you know, map makers, players, and the audience, the public. So everybody kind of has a stake in the events, and everybody can participate in that sense. And yeah, as I mentioned, after the 4 tournaments are done, we're going to again open it up to the public to vote on their favorite map out of the 4 top maps, and base their votes basically on the tournament games on the maps to see which one they like the most. And the number 1 map gets a separate prize. So there's prizes for the winning tournament players, and there's also a prize for the winning map maker. Really cool format. Hopefully continue into the future. This is the New Worlds Map Contest, first edition. Looking for standardish maps. Alright guys, the next map is Vertebrae by Hemsk from Sweden. And we're gonna see Aegyo, first streamer. Any comments about this map before we get into it?
Looks kind of crazy to me. First look at it, it's like a lot of middle ground ramps here to lead into different parts of the map.
By crazy, you mean kind of like intricate and complex?
Wild and yeah.
Right?
Like this is just my first look at it. It's just like, whoa, what's going on here, right? But yeah.
Hemsk
No,
is a new map maker. I think a lot of the map makers, after speaking to them, they're very impressed by this map. Unfortunately, it didn't make it into the top 4. But he's a new map maker, and it just seems like he is really good. And some people really like this map, but I agree that it is kind of intricate. And there's all these kind of like bridges. What do you think, LML or Pato?
I don't know, it's weird. I mean, complex and intricate.
You're weird.
Yeah, I would have to play on it. But it seems fun. I like intricate and complicated maps, so maybe it is either really good or really bad. I don't think it has like a gray area.
So speaking to Hawk, who playtested some maps for us, he complained as a Zerg player the lack of chokes on many maps, and he made an interesting comment. I'm not sure how correct this is or not. The map Longinus, he said, was developed when Zerg was dominating, and they made that map to give other races an advantage because it doesn't really have many chokes at all. But he said Zerg, I forgot who the pro gamer was at the time, still ended up dominating. But his point was that, you know, maps could do more to incorporate like chokes where lurkers could benefit from. And this map, the bridges that are spread around, I feel give Zerg some opportunities there to set up, you know, lurkers to be a little bit more effective, because they don't seem that effective in a really wide open map.
It feels more like a 2-base kind of a map too for something like PvZ, where you're just going to want to go like 2-base 8 gate because it's so hard to get a 3rd base. I mean, you can take the 3rd base, but it's going to be further away from your base, and the other base is a mineral only, the one. So I feel like you're going to need a pretty big army out on the map before you think about taking a 3rd base. I don't know. Same idea for Terran against Protoss too. I think it'd be more of a 2-base kind of a play map. You could definitely abuse some of the ridges or choke points if you're going for some kind of a push. So, we'll see. See how it plays out.
How do you guys feel about the 3rd? Easy, hard to take, depends on the matchup. Any comments about the way the 3rd is set up on this map? Or the 3rds?
It just feels
Pretty
hard.
far away.
Yeah.
Do you see like the mineral onlys in the center ever being viable, like actually taking... And by the way, this map may have been updated since we organized playtest tournaments, or I'm sorry, games on it.
No, I don't think it's viable, at least not in the early or mid game.
Which 3rd would you take? Would it be like 3 or 9, or is it 6 or 12?
Nah, it's 3 and 9. It's the
Macho.
easiest to defend, and it's the
Yeah.
closest one still that has gas, and it only has one opening, which is kind of tight, so you can defend quite easily. All the other ones are just either way too far away or too hard to defend. Like the mineral only is just so open.
Yeah.
I think something I pointed out yesterday too. Everything is so far apart. All the bases are spread out. I think the early game should play a lot like Eclipse, where the third base is a little further away. But after that, the fourth base is closer on Eclipse than it's, for example, on this map. Like, which are you going to take as your fourth? If you want to gas, you have to go way further away. If you're okay with the mineral only, you need to actually have control of that position in order to defend it constantly. It's tricky.
Yeah, I'm not seeing how you ever gonna take those mineral only expansions. But if you take the third, I think it's very hard to attack them. So, and it seems like you have very small main bases as well. So you really have to think your SimCity.
Yeah. Most of your room in your base is like away from the choke points. You have to build like all your factories or gateways in that kind of area, maybe.
Plus, no ramps map are complicated against cheeses and early pools or self proxy gates or egg raxes. So I don't know. It is interesting. Like I said before, it could be really good or really bad. I don't think it.
Yeah, we'll see how the players want to play on it, I guess, or how the game plays out when we get into it. It's going to be a PvZ, so I mean, I expect Dreamer would have to go a heavy 2-base play. Like, I can't see him going for an earlier 3rd base at all on this map. But maybe.
Yeah, that's way too hard. Also, the point that Hawk made that there are not enough chokes, and Ox said that this map might be better for that. I don't see that there are any chokes that you need to go through, right? Like all the ridges, you can just take the top ridge if the Zerg is camping the bottom ridge or the middle ridge. There are so many ways to get on the other side of the map and get into some more open areas. You can always find another path and not take a certain way, unless you specifically want to attack this one base and you have to go through that one passage or two. But other than that, you can roam quite freely, and you can always try to dodge the opponent. I think especially this map and Turbine both have that feature, that there are so many ridges. And as a Protoss against Terran, fighting a Terran army head-on late game can always be hard, so you can just dodge it all the time on maps like these.
Yep. That's kind of what you want to do, and just avoid their army. Well, we'll see how this plays out.
All right. Vertebrae, guys. Let's do it. Thanks for joining me. I really love hanging out with you guys. Watching some StarCraft.
Well,
Yeah.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you for having me. All right, Hamsk. We're on your map, man. Who do we got?
In the bottom left, in red, we have Aegyo as a red Zerg player. And in the top right, we have our Russian player Dreamer as a green Protoss.
All right. Yeah, I'm really interested to see how these players approach and play this map. Like we were talking about earlier, I really do think that Dreamer's going to have to play a heavier 2-base style. But what does Drone Dance want to do, right? Like, does he want to try and get those lurkers out and abuse some of these positions? But as we were talking about, unless he gets those lurkers right in front of the natural, Dreamer's going to have options to just move around them. Or does he want to maybe try to go for some kind of a Hydra style? Does he want to go for mutas? Like, any of these could be viable options. I don't know how you play it. I want to see.
Yeah. And Dreamer is going for the safe build once again. He goes for the fast pylon and then the scout. He doesn't want to go gate first. He wants to be safe and go for a greedy build where he gets preferably the Nexus first, but since he's scouting Overpool once again, he's probably getting a late Forge and getting a cannon just in time. Maybe a Nexus before cannon. Can be possible if you block with probes.
Yeah. And we can see that probe coming out now too. Take that later Forge. Goes.
Yep. And they're going for the expansion after this. I wonder which expansion he's going to take. I would say he's going to take 9 o'clock. There's no base as easy to defend.
Yeah, that would be my guess too. I can't see him going for the mineral only. It's going to leave himself so wide open to the Zealot attack. And taking 6, I mean, it's just going to be a little bit further from him.
Yeah. Also, while the corner expansions also only have one way of attacking them, they're low on gas. They only have 2k gas in those cases, so those are not desirable expansions.
Okay, looks like the drone is going towards 6 o'clock here. So he feels this is the base to take, it looks like, I suppose. Interesting choice. I wonder why he decided on that base. So there's 2 ramps. Is it easier to get there along the bottom of the map?
Yeah, maybe he feels it's easier to defend 2 tiny ramps and being on high ground.
Yeah, that could be. Take advantage of the high ground. Alright, well, let's see. Oh, Dreamer's not mining his gas. Okay, there he goes. Bit unfortunate there. Looks like, I think he probably just put down a Hydra den. He spent some gas.
Yeah.
It's 3-hatch Hydra, I think. Yeah. There is the Hydra den. Yeah, I wondered if you might try something like that. Now, Dreamer doesn't really have any scouting of this, so if this goes unscouted and he doesn't make like at least a safety cannon or 2, he could very well just die to the Hydras coming across the map. Looks like he's going to send a Zealot out. This may be able to sneak around and get some sort of scouting information. If he sees a Hydra or something on the Zerg side of the map, he will have time to defend it.
Yeah, this is always what you fear. You probe dying and then the Zerg immediately putting down a Hydra instead. That's always what you have in mind, but you can't be sure. So what are you gonna do, right? It's alive in constant fear.
Yeah, it's like you either prepare for it and they don't do it, and then you're behind, or you do prepare for it and they don't do it or something, or they don't do it and you don't prepare for it. Sorry, or they do it and you don't prepare. I'll get it right one of these times. Yeah, you either die or put yourself behind, or you're taking a gamble or a risk basically. That, and if you guess wrong, you just die or put yourself behind. So. Yeah.
Yep. So it's a difficult choice.
Yeah, for sure. But the Zealot is going to go in towards the natural here. So he may be able to scout. He's going to see that Hydra, so he should know. Okay, there's Hydras out on the map. We'll see if he starts adding down a couple of cannons here shortly.
Yeah, he sees a 4th hatchery, but also those Hydras are way too early to just be against Corsairs. And I think Dreamer knows that very well.
But will he throw down those cannons? Where are they? Getting a little bit weird. Okay, looks like he's starting at least one here now.
That won't do it. I think. Yeah, okay. There he goes for another one.
Nice little Zealot harass at 6 o'clock at the same time.
That's perfect to disrupt some mining, so fewer Hydras can be made. But he also sees that there are a lot more Hydras being made, 3 more. But also he saw 2 drones pop out of the things, or at least one. So he's probably not too afraid of it being an all-in.
Yeah, well, he's making 2 more cannons here. Is that he? Oh, he's making a lot of cannons actually. 4 more cannons. So I guess he is. Okay, one's a pylon, but he might be a little bit afraid here that this is going to be an all-in.
I think it's too many cannons.
Yeah.
He saw a drone being made. Maybe he didn't pay attention and didn't see it, but
Yeah, it's always possible you miss it.
yeah. Aegyo's already switching over to a lot of drones. He's making Lerna, he made a bunch of drones, and barely any more hydras.
Yeah, so he doesn't even need to really attack into here. Looks like he didn't pick off that pylon. I would definitely say Aegyo here's in a pretty good position, forcing that many cannons and picking off the wall, not really losing anything himself. Continue to macro.
Yeah. I don't think the upgrade in the forge was done either, right?
I don't think so.
No way.
You can check the zealot, but yeah,
Yeah.
didn't finish.
No way. It's done that early.
Yeah, you would have had to start it first to be done that early. Supplies are already even here. Dreamer's only a couple probes ahead, so you gotta feel Zerg's in a good position heading towards the mid game here.
Yep. He's going up to 6 hatcheries. And I don't know, did he get overload speed? Probably not, it's too early to have it done. But it's probably one of the things he's going to go for. He's getting the +1 Hydralisk ranged attack damage. Getting the Spire. I wonder if he's trying to go for a little bit of Muta play, or if he just wants to have some Scourge.
Could just be Scourge. Okay, Dreamer is gonna scout C. There's no 4th base there. Doesn't get a Storm kill those Hydras out front, but not too bad. Did he Oh, I guess he canceled one of the cannons. Eh?
Yeah, it looks like it.
Okay, that's good for him then at least.
Yeah. He smells that that's not an all-in. He's making a lot of Templars first. I like that. This way they can gather a lot of energy. He knows he doesn't have any chance of presence right now. So he's going for those extra Templars, gather some energy, keep some of them behind later on. So if some get sniped, you still have at least one with 2 storms.
Which he's probably going to need, considering how many areas this is going up to 6 hatch Hydras here. This is kind of similar to the game we saw these two play earlier on that desert map. I forget what it was called now, but
Mayday.
Mayday, right, by Doglift. Similar style. He's staying on like 3 base longer and powering up a bunch of Hydras. His Dreamer's going to be powering up here on the 2 base.
Oh, he's actually going for Mutalists. 7 in the making right now. I wonder if he's just trying to either catch him completely off guard and get a bunch of probes, or maybe snipe a bunch of High Templars.
I feel like he's got the option to do either here. Is he going to scout this shuttle? It's going to fly over a Lang. Oh, I think he saw it, maybe. Oh, it looked like those Mutalisks instantly turned towards the shuttle, but now they turned back, so maybe he didn't see it.
Yeah, but then he realized he has Hydras in place.
Yeah. So I think he did see it. Oh, but the Hydras are going to miss it.
No,
he's going to get it. He's going to get it.
Those are the wrong units, man.
Turn the Hydras, not the Zealots.
Yeah, Hydras are the enemy. Zealots are friends.
Yeah, well, Realists are in the base here now. Oh, the Storm's going to kill a bunch of his own probes.
Oh, but the Mutas took so much damage. I think he got at least 2 high Templars. Together with the 2 High Templars that he killed in the bottom right, there are not that many Storms left right now.
Yeah. And looking at this now, I mean, he's got more drones than Dreamer has probes, and he's got a 4th base coming up. He did a lot of damage with those mutas. Like, yes, he lost most of them, but he got a lot of probes killed. This is not looking great for Dreamer. It's a hard position to be in. Like, he's 20 supply down. He's down 10 workers. He's down a couple of bases. Like, he's got to make something work here pretty quick if he wants to stay in this game for too long.
Yeah, it's hard. I don't think he can really move out and attack anything at this point.
Yeah.
He
He's
might-
trying, but he's got to get something done right. He can't just sit back at this point.
I mean, you can. I
I
used
suppose
to
you can,
always
but-
play camper Protoss.
But it feels like he's just going to get further and further behind if he doesn't get any kind of damage done. Like, okay, sit back and do some harass then or something, right? Do something to slow the Zerg down because he's already ahead of you.
Yeah. And he keeps losing storms. He's dealing
Yeah.
more damage to his own units with those storms up here.
And he's going to lose that Templar. There it goes. Yeah, he's got no storms and there's just so many Hydras here too. Oh, here comes the Chinese lettering once again.
Yeah. It's back.
It's something different this time. Say like we've taken over the Blizzard servers.
Well, I mean, we do know that China and Blizzard are good friends, so...
Ladder was down yesterday, so
Oh, it was?
for a little bit, yeah.
Okay, a friend of mine just said that there are some bugs in Battle.net right now too, so... Looks like everything is not working that well.
Yeah. Well, Dreamer lost a big part of his army there and didn't really kill a base or anything, so he's just even further behind, I would say.
Yeah, he tried to run to the bottom right and do something. Even with a high ground advantage, he couldn't really do anything against the superior army of Aegyo.
Yeah. He's just got so much out on the map. Looks like he's maybe going to take a 5th base, unless that's just a Ling heading out up there, but could just be a Ling at the 9 o'clock there. Oh, it is a drone, okay. So yeah, he's going to be looking to take that 5th base shortly. And what can Protoss do, really? Like, he needs to kill like a bunch of drones at the same time a couple times or something, you know?
Yeah, he needs to do something. Harass, get an
Money
expansion.
storms.
Yeah.
You
Not
could
just,
storm and kill all those
Templar.
Hydras. That'd be amazing. 2 storms
Yeah.
just wipe out that whole group of Hydras. That'd be amazing.
He just needs that one good moment where the Zerg isn't paying attention. But those units are coming in right away.
And there's not a lot of Dragoons here to kind of kill these. So even if he storms the Muties, he's going to just storm so many of his own zealots at the same time.
Or his observers.
Or his business, yeah. Well,
Just
he will
losing
kill all the
him
Muties. Yeah. You know, Aegyo is doing a good job of not really letting Dreamer get to any kind of critical mass or get any extra bases, and picking off those Templars too. So,
Yeah. I wonder where all the supply of Aegyo is. It's definitely not here. Oh, there we see a lot of units moving now.
yeah, especially like he's ahead in supply, and Hydras are only 1 supply each. His army must be like really big, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's huge.
Dreamer's trying to take 2 bases at once here, but Aegyo is sending a bunch of Hydras up to that top base, and we will be able to deny that, no problem.
And Aegyo keeps making mutas. He sees the success of his mutas against those high Templars. And those mutas are actually what's winning him this game.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if Dreamer had a Dark Archon and used Maelstrom, and maybe was less aggressive earlier and just tried to take his 3rd and defend it, I don't think Aegyo would be in the lead like he is right now. What do you guys think?
I agree. Maybe some Corsairs, anything to stop these mutas from killing those high Templars for free over and over again.
Yeah, here they go again. He is getting this base up. If he could somehow secure this base, I think you'd, still have a chance maybe, but it doesn't look like he's gonna get this base. Maybe? It's close. There's Hydras underneath too, but even losing this whole army, it's gonna be so long before he can get any kind of an army out on an active pressure Zerg. And Zerg did take his 5th base during this, so he does have 5 bases. Now it's not saturated yet, but he'll be able to start making drones to saturate that very soon.
But even then, he's down to 1 mining base soon. This Maiden and Nature, that's 60 minutes into the game. They're not going to be giving too many more minerals.
Yep. Well, he does get a few probes transferred in there, but there's nothing really to defend. Okay, there is a Templar. It does not have Storm, unfortunately. and this base, it looks like it's going to be probably forfeit. He's doing his best to hold on with the probe drills. Maybe it'll be enough. A couple of lurkers trying to block and choke that up a bit so he can maybe pick off that Nexus. I don't think he's actually going to be able to get the Nexus here, so that's allowing Dreamer to stay in the game. But it just feels like a ticking time bomb, right? It's only a matter of time before Zerg's able to just completely overwhelm him here.
It does, yeah. Zerg just keeps being ahead in supply constantly, and in economy as well. And Natural is mined out for Dreamer. Main is about to be mined out. He's on one mining base. He needs to expand again. Desperately.
Yeah.
Oh, he's not defending his side.
Oh no, yeah. Looks like he wants to take it at 12 o'clock there, sending a probe in a few groups of units, but now he realizes he has to send them back. Okay, a couple of cannons here and a storm. Will this be enough? Okay, 2 more Templars. If he gets some good storms, he should be able to still hold on here.
Oh, that was pretty good.
He's definitely doing his best here to stay in this game and hold on.
Well, Defender's advantage is definitely working in his favor right now to stay alive, but staying alive won't cut it. He needs to kill the Zerg at some point.
He needs to do some counter damage to Zerg anyway.
Yeah, and I don't see it happening.
Yeah. Storm drop, Templar draw, something. Some kind of damage to the Zerg. He just keeps getting further ahead. Yeah. Well, we can see in the supplies now, like Zerg's 50 supply ahead. 20 of that is drones, but even still, 30 supply ahead. And even if the supplies are even, you're usually saying, okay, Zerg's in a good spot or Zerg's advantaged here. So I feel like it's just a matter of when Zerg can find the time to attack and deal that finishing blow.
I think he's trying to get 12 o'clock, but also not leave his only mining base too vulnerable to an attack. But he's stretched pretty thin. Doesn't have enough units.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the problems on this map. The bases are so far apart. If he tries to take 12 and secures with his army, he can't defend his third base, and he will have to remake those cannons over and over again whenever the Zerg tries to push in.
Well, the Zerg looks like that's now. He's got a bunch of lurkers outside, a couple of lings and hydras with flooding in here as well. There are a few storms, and he choked it up pretty nice with these extra pylons, but I still don't know if that's really going to be enough. We got a battle going up top with a few units too, just slowing down the army here of Dreamer, getting back even saving this base. And a control group of lings, or half control group of lings, going to go deny the 12 o'clock base. So, I mean, Dreamer's trying to take 2 bases at once, and it looks like he's going to maybe even lose both of them, because he can't be in both places at once.
Yep. 12 gets denied once more. And 3 o'clock. Doesn't look good. GG.
Aegyo takes Dreamer down once again.
Yeah, I wonder if you need to get an maybe an earlier Reaver tech on this map. Or just add more High Templars to your third base, so you can also take a fourth base more freely. I mean, in this game it was obviously obvious that Dreamer was already behind anyway. He lost too many High Templars to Mutalisks.
Yeah. I felt like Aegyo just got the advantage and just kept it all game.
Alright guys, the next map, Terraform by SC Spider. He won the Best New Mapper prize.
Nice, I've played a game here.
Big shout out to him.
It's Nablime here, PVT. It was a pretty fun game. Interesting game, so yeah, I didn't mind the map.
I think I heard more than one person say they looked at the map preview and it was like, okay, but then they watched games on it or played games on it and they just thought it was fantastic.
I would agree with that assessment. Like, to look at it, I was like a little unsure, but after I played on it, I was like, okay, yeah, I don't mind this map.
Yeah, yesterday after looking at it for longer, the longer I looked at it, the better it looked. And after seeing the game between, I think it was Dreamer against Machine or something, That was also, it showed how good the map is. I'm sad that it didn't make the cut.
It didn't make it into top 4, but it was very close. I think he got 5th place. And yeah, he won the new Mapper prize. I want to congratulate him. He's played a big role in helping to organize the tournament and keep track of data. So all the votes, who voted, the ranks of players, especially the S and A rankers, because the map makers are really interested in getting this data. They've never really done something like this before, where you're involving the public and players, and they want to use all that information to their advantage to make maps that people like, to see what the reactions are of people to their maps. So going forward, they could try to use that information. I also wanted to acknowledge that I think SC Spider is donating his monetary prize for the new Mapper Award to, I believe, the prize pool for the tournament winners. So he's a very generous fellow too. So thank you very much for doing that, Spider. And without further ado, we're going to get into a game on Terraform. PvT between Khala and Scan. Pato unfortunately has Jiu-Jitsu. He's going to go break some thumbs. Hopefully not his own. I want to thank him for joining us.
Have fun with that.
Alright guys, buckle up. We're in the desert now. It's hot.
Very fitting, considering that the summer just started here finally.
Me and LML are naked right now.
Yep. Obviously. In the bottom left we have Scan in red as Terran, or actually, yeah, red. And in the top right we've got Khala in brown. Both of them Korean, both of them very active in providing guides for other players. Khala has a YouTube channel where he has a lot of informative videos with Protoss builds, and he keeps streaming, and his English is actually pretty decent. And Scan is also providing lessons for people.
Yeah, I believe he has replay packs you can purchase as well. Or
Yeah,
one
even
for
guides.
Terran, one for Zerg. Yeah, replay packs guides. And I think he's making one for Protoss as well, last I heard. So. There you go.
Cool plugin, guys. Yeah, they also do coaching if you wanted to be coached by them. Khala has a pretty good rate. Just contact us and we can set you up with them. I think he charges $10. Maybe $15 an hour if you can be generous, which is pretty good.
Pretty good deal if you get coached by one of the best.
Yeah, he's a
And if
nice
you
guy
wanna-
too. So it's cool supporting people who are good-mannered, reliable, and
Yeah.
community-oriented.
Very true. If you want to get coached by a Zerg player, you can support BSL on Patreon and get coached by Zero, who's one of the top Zergs too. He's not playing, instead casting, but when he plays, he's easily S-rank every season.
Big shout out to Zero, carrying the competitive foreign Brood War scene. Big shout out to Bombastic Star League, which LML, I believe you're part of the staff. Biggest
Yeah.
StarCraft Remaster League outside of Korea, and it involves players of all ranks and regions outside of Korea. It's really fantastic, very inclusive, and an institution, actually, right? In Brood
You
War.
could say that, yeah. Yeah. Probably the most popular tournament that's regular. Here we can see those eggs again. Still think one of them should get removed.
Why so?
Considering, well, like I said, we saw in the BSL finals on Blindside that X is close to each other can actually cause some units to bug out, like one of the tanks of Terra when he was trying to defend his main base.
What about the
So-
option of just destroying one? You feel like it would take too long given the HP on it?
It's definitely
Oh crap.
a good thing, something you have to do.
What happened to the stream?
So, folks, seems like my brood war just closed.
Nice.
Let me see if I can
Chinese
restart it.
message crashed you.
Yeah, actually, one of killing the eggs is something a lot of players do on Sylphid, for example, where there's also one egg in the choke. But it doesn't bug out the units as much on the other ones. And you have to focus on other things. You can't just A-click on the egg and wait for a minute for it to die, depending on what your units are. Sometimes you need to be prepared for an attack, and if your tank is attacking the egg while 3 Dragoons are running into your natural, that's not exactly the best thing.
Yan playing Terran, he has 0 chance of losing, right? Sounds about right. No. Terrans never lose, right?
Yeah,
That's what's good.
that's the reason why he's winning. Because he's playing Terran.
Not because he's a pretty good player, it's just because he plays Terran.
Yeah.
Poor Spider, just when I'm showing the game on his map, closed. I actually tried to click on the egg, and my StarCraft just crashed. Not sure what happened there.
There are actually a lot of units in StarCraft that can crash your game.
Is that right? I clicked on the bottom egg of where it was scanned in the bottom left to just see how much HP was on there, because I was just talking about killing one of them if 2 is too many. And yeah, the whole StarCraft thing crashed. It may not have had anything to do with the egg, but I won't do that again, guys, and I'm gonna just fast forward to where we were.
Actually do it again just to test it.
On stream.
Yeah, on stream.
You deserve better than this, Spider. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but like I said, there are units that can cause StarCraft to crash. There were a lot of them on UMS maps back in the day, where you just had to learn not to click on flags, for example.
Okay, we're back, guys. Where we left off. Not gonna touch the eggs.
Yep, gonna touch my balls again instead.
Yeah, actually I will, if you don't mind.
Sure, go ahead.
I'll just leave.
No, we like it when you watch.
Snipe, there's a lot of sexual tension between me and LML, so...
It's not gay in a 3-way? I don't know.
Okay,
yeah.
We didn't know you swing that way. 6 balls is better than 4.
You guys are the ones talking about touching balls here.
Yeah, that's my favorite topic. Anyway, back to the game. Khala is actually trying to bust the expansion attempt. And for once, Scan didn't go for the gasless expansion, but went for factory expand, which is quite interesting. I wonder if it has anything to do with the map, or if he just wanted to mix it up.
Yeah.
Well, those SCVs, they first helped kill the Zealot, and now they trapped that goon.
STV's a good unit.
Yeah, strongest unit in the game.
Yep.
That was really well defended.
Terrans use them to kill tanks and stuff. They use to bust tank lines and stuff. Yep.
But it was really well defended by Scan. That small choke between the barracks and the command center, having those 2 SCVs there blocking the Zealot helped a lot with keeping those Marines alive. And then trapping that goon was just a killing blow. But still, I think it disrupted Scan enough. Like 1 Zealot, 1 Dragoon, that's not too much to lose, even if it's early on. And he delayed the command center by quite a bit.
Alright, well, we got a couple of vultures out on the map here. Don't know if they're like, looks like they're scouting to see if they can find a probe somewhere on the map or something.
You guys see the Terran civilians on this map?
Yeah, I just now saw that. I didn't notice that when I played on the map, so.
Did you know they existed?
I didn't until just now.
Yeah, I mentioned it yesterday, and someone said it would be fun to mind control them or parasite them. I think it might have even been the map maker, Spider. But when you mind control them, they will actually take the color of you. So they are not going to be blue anymore, but instead, if you're brown, they're going to be brown. And way easier to spot than mind controlling a critter, for example.
And your opponent would attack them automatically, right? Because they're part of
Yep.
your... So they no longer be neutral.
Exactly. But they don't have any special abilities. They can't attack. I think they have 40 HP, 0 armor, no attack, no abilities. So they're literally just a civilian, as the name says.
So is Scan double expanding here to catch up because he was behind?
I
Or
don't
is that
think he was
just-
that far behind. I think he's just greedy.
Double expand, yeah. Feels like it's close enough that he can defend it. Off. Is he expanding off one factory? Or does he have a second? Yeah. So this is pretty greedy for sure.
Yeah, but it works. I guess he saw what... I don't know, what did he see? Did he see the third before he took his third? I doubt it. Yeah,
I don't
can't
think he
be.
did. I think
Impossible.
Snipe started after, yeah.
Is it because he just thought the Robo and Observer are going to be delayed so he can use Vultures and Mines to buy some time?
Might be, yeah. Maybe also because he saw that there's only one Dragoon at the natural of Khala when he was there with his Vulture, 1 or 2. And after losing 2 units, only having 2 more, that's not going to allow you to attack anytime soon. You can't apply pressure with 2 units. At least not at that point. But now Khala is trying to move out, but he doesn't have enough. 5 Dragoons against 2 tanks and a bunker. But he could go for the natural.
Yes, he can go around. It looks like maybe he's gonna go for that. That one tank kind of covers the choke there, but I don't know if it's gonna hit the
Oh,
goons.
wow.
They're gonna stick right to the wall. He's gonna find a tank to pick off for free. That's always nice. He's gonna force Scan to move back here at least, and that could give him the opportunity to pick off these tanks too.
Yeah. He knows Scan was too greedy. He needs to get punished.
Yeah. And I mean, he's kind of doing it here, right? Picked
Yeah.
off all the units. What does Scan even have left to defend? He's even forced Scan to continue to make Marines out of this barracks just to have some extra DPS here.
Yeah. And he's getting a lot of those SCVs.
I would say successful there for Khala. Yeah, I mean, he killed all the tanks. He killed a bunch of SCVs. So that's good. He's got his own third up and running now as well.
That was totally worth it. What was it? 7 goons or 8 goons in total. And he killed all the tanks. Reset the whole tank count. There are no Marines left. He forced more Marines, as he said. And he killed a lot of SCVs while also stopping them from mining for a long time. So any advantage that Scan had from the early expansion, the risks that he took, it didn't pay off as well as he had hoped.
It looks like Khala wants to keep up the pressure. He's got a Reaver loaded up in there, so he's going to try and see if he can get some more damage done somewhere. Goon's there too. I don't know. Is he going to try and bust another position here?
I guess he
just wanna
knows
go
that there
for
can't
it.
be too many tanks.
Yeah. Like, he could fly into the main, it looks like. There's nothing really defending in the main.
Yeah.
No, I think he wants to go for another attempt here. He's moving his goons down. Alright, nice targeting on the Reaver there from Scan, but he does pick it up. Save the Reaver at least. Can't really go and pressure in. Scan, it looks like Scan had more than Khala was expecting here. Was able to defend that easier than Khala thought.
Yeah, this one was not worth it. Not even close. Maybe the Reaver can do some damage.
Well, there is a turret here. He's just gonna turn around.
The map maker completely cut off the side wall on that natural, and it's just one flat cut off.
Alright, so where do we go from here? Looks like Khala's gonna go ahead and take a 4th base. They're set up to take a 4th base anyway. It's got a pylon wall started there.
Yeah, and it's easy to defend. The other side is to the third base and is also pretty tight, but that's actually a Reaver drop. Let's see if he has some good scarabs again. That's 3 SCVs right away. That one exploded, but
I don't think it got it.
yeah, I think he got 2, the one building the factory and the one he was hitting. Oh, and he's killing a lot of those that are building factories. So that's delaying any possible push timing.
Yeah. And he does see the timing of these factories and that they're going up too, which is nice for him. He should know exactly what's going on here. Is he gonna lose the shuttle? Oh no, no!
4 HP.
So close.
The next turret he flies into is his death. But I don't think... Is
he's
there an
getting out.
armory?
I haven't seen one. Oh, I don't think he can get out of here unless he can get all that HP back or all the shields back on that shuttle before taking any more damage. So he's just gonna have to try and pick somewhere he can get something done, I think.
Yeah, he just needs to hide from those turrets.
Hide until he's got enough shields that he can run over a turret and get out of there.
Oh, this could have been the perfect timing. If Scan is not watching and attacking the egg, he could attack some of those tanks.
Funny. See how long the shuttle's just hanging out here in the main base. Like, scan. Okay, a couple of Goliaths pop out and instantly kill it.
Bye. I think he still did some good damage with it.
Yeah. Dropping out a few zealots, going in for another attack here. I don't know if this is gonna work out. We'll have to see.
I think his attack was a little too stacked up.
Yeah. Too many tanks there, not enough zealots in his army. Goons are all clumped.
Yeah. Even if you drop those zealot bombs, if your units are all in a long Congo line, then there's nothing you can do. You just won't be attacking fast enough. Oh, he tried to micro that Spider-Man, but he failed.
Alright. I just send the goon to its death or to eat the Spider-Man. I don't even bother trying. But yeah, Khala's gonna go up to 5 bases now, it looks like. Scan's still sitting on 3, but he is powering up pretty hard. I guess once he has enough, feels like he has enough army, he'll probably see a big push come across the map and him take his 4th base. Unless that's a 4th base flying over there now towards the top. Or maybe it's just a floating building. No, it's just eBay. 4th base is started there, but yeah.
Yeah. Coincidentally, it's right next to it.
But Khala's close to max. Does he have any real tech? Like, did he go Arbiters? Where's Arbiters? Did he go Storm? Or is he just like pure Gateway man here? I guess he's gonna have Templars out shortly.
Oh my god.
Oh, it doesn't
he
block.
killed the Pinna Bear.
He killed the bear. You can see the corpse.
Poor Panda Bear guy. I think Khala deserves to win for that. Scan killed it.
Khala's good-natured. He leaves the critters alone, but Scan...
No. You have to kill those critters. They're blocking your units, man. And the map maker already made them low HP, so you can kill them faster.
But the block could work to anyone's advantage or disadvantage. That's what's great about it.
Yeah, but what if it works into your disadvantage? You don't want that.
That's part of the gamble.
Yeah. I'm not a gambler. If I were a gambler, I would be playing Hearthstone instead of StarCraft.
You gambled with my heart.
It's a different Hearthstone. So what are the upgrades for Terran? Does he have +1? Yeah, he does. He's getting 1/1, making a second armory and a starport, so he can get the +2. And Protoss is on
1-1 maybe? 1-0 probably? Yeah.
1-0. Okay. Those are important upgrades, especially for goons against tanks. You need to get those damage upgrades.
Alright, well, a couple of storms coming out here. Very nice storms on those tanks.
Those storms were really good. But the units are too clumped against those tanks at the bottom.
Yeah, he cleaned out a lot of the tanks at the top, but there's just too many tanks at the bottom still. Still alive there. And now Scan's actually way ahead in supply after that engage. 40 supply, 50 supply up. Is he just gonna like mass up an army, move across the map and kill Khala? Like, where's his units? Was Khala not macroing during that? He just seems really, really low.
Yeah, he has a lot of minerals. And he keeps being so aggressive in all his games, and it usually fails. I mean, attacking into a Terran is always a really risky move anyway.
Yeah, not usually recommended. Unless you got overwhelming numbers or something, but...
Yeah, unless you know you are going to take it.
Yeah.
Khala had great storms and he still didn't make too much of a dent. And now Scan can basically just A-move.
Kasagi, man. Look at this. How do you stop?
Yeah.
Now Terran's in such a good choked up high ground position too. Like you can't even get in over there to engage that army really. So Scan's gonna be able to kill that base and set Khala back down to 4 base versus 4 base. And Scan's even taking a 5th base behind this too.
Yeah, Scan is just out expanding him, out macroing him, out positioning him. There's not much Khala can do right now. Even if he hits the sickest storms, it's not going to be enough, I think.
We'll see. He is getting his supply back up there. Of course, Scan is maxed, so if he attacks in, I don't know if Khala can really defend. Especially because there's no like arbiters or carriers out. He's gonna have maybe a few storms, but I don't think it's gonna be enough storm.
Yeah, the only thing holding Scan back right now are his upgrades. He's on 1-1 against 2-0. But even then, if you are this far ahead as a Terran in supply, you are happy.
Yeah, you're feeling comfortable. You're in a good position, for sure.
Mm-hmm. And he just denied 1 expansion. He knows he has more bases, so he can just macro up. He can fight over and over, get a new army. He has a big bank compared to Khala, who has a very little bank and has to spend his bank on expanding.
Yeah. Well, here comes the big push now from Terran. He's gonna siege up, but I don't even think he really needs to.
Yeah, and he's even in the worst position. He's on the low ground.
Yeah.
But it doesn't matter. Khala needs to retreat.
Group of vultures, couple group of vultures chasing down some goons. Gonna kill that base Khala's trying to take. And Khala's really being ambitious, trying to take that other base there with a bunch of vultures killing his natural base at the same time.
Yeah.
That's a lot of shuttles, so these tanks are kind of undefended at the moment. This could maybe do a lot of damage to this tank line. Great storm here.
No
This could be the play he needs, yeah.
Yeah, but I don't think even if he destroys this, he can capitalize on it. Scan has too many minerals, too many factories. This is actually going a lot worse than I expected it to go.
Yeah.
I think Khala didn't have enough units there.
Yeah.
GG.
Okay.
He gives up. He knows there's nothing he can do to come back into this game.
Yeah. He knows fighting against a Terran is just no hope.
Yeah. What I feel is what Khala's always doing wrong is he's not trying to contest the new expansions from Scan, but instead trying to attack into established positions where there are already siege tanks, turrets, spider mines, all that kind of stuff. And then he loses more than it's worth, and he doesn't get a favorable engagement. And in return, Scan can expand for free.
Yeah, that's actually what I tell a lot of the Protoss players or newer level Protoss players that I help coach and stuff too. It's just never really attack into sieged up Terran positions because that's the good way to throw away the game or throw away your army. Just avoid it, attack somewhere else, or just wait until they unsiege and move before you engage them. But...
Yeah. I don't know if Khala's too nervous trying to pull something on Scan every time, but I've seen him play or do better engages by far.
Alright guys, so the next map, it made it to the top 4. It was the second most voted for map, called Tundra by OctZerg from Mexico and Freakling. We're going to see Dreamer vs. Machine on this 3-player map on a tile set you don't see very often. Part of the reason you don't see the ice tile set is a lot of Koreans who play this game a lot. They complain about the bright white snow causing eye strain, especially at nighttime when they're playing the game, or even maybe for viewers. So what map makers have done when they're trying to future this tile set is, I think, use less of the white snow. So Optimizer, which is made by Earth Attack, Wonderful Mapmaker is an example of that. There's less snow in there, and more of the soil tiles. But in this example, we do see that there's a bit more snow, but there's also some ice, so that it's not all completely white. This map was noted as being perhaps the most beautiful, sexy map out of all the maps. I know decor isn't sometimes talked about much when we talk about maps. People care more about the functionality and the balancedness. And I think part of the reason has to do with, I guess, no disrespect to all the maps that are in the ladder pool. They're usually made by Koreans. And they're wonderful maps. They're the most popular in many respects. They're professionally made. But I think in terms of decor and aesthetics, the foreign map makers are quite good at making the maps look prettier than other maps. But you guys can be the judge when we get into the game. Any comments about Tundra before we put on our jackets and enter the ice world?
Not too much. I mean, it's kind of hard to tell where some of these where the pathing goes somewhere. Like, can you just walk over to that mineral only base, or do you have to go around some of this ice part area? I can't quite tell from the mini map or the view here.
The tiles that are slightly different next to the snow. Those are makeshift ramps that are.
Yeah.
There's no actual ramp between those two levels of terrain. So that's how they did it. And that's where you can walk. So you can basically walk up right next to your third base, the mineral only. You don't have to go any weird pathing. What's interesting is that the gas expansions actually have less gas and fewer minerals on the mineral fields. There's only 3.5k gas in the gaseous, and 2 of the mineral fields only have 1k mineral. And the mineral only also has 1 mineral field with just 1k instead of the standard 1.5. So none of the bases really last as long as usual.
Well, this should be a fun game here. We got Dreamer, Machine. Okay, it looks like we got Machine here in the 6 o'clock position, playing the pale blue Zerg. And in the right side of the map, we have our green Protoss, playing green every game. I support it. Dreamer.
Is that the color you play under? Green?
Yeah. Pretty much green every game I get the chance. Your choice.
You like sour apples?
Not particularly, but green's just always been my favorite color. So, yeah.
Maybe you like my sweet apples?
Yes, your apples.
I'm sorry, Snipe. I shouldn't joke around with you like that.
Why not?
It's just me and LML get so bored of each other.
You need to spice things up in the relationship or something.
Menage a trois, yeah.
That's how it goes.
Oh, 2-gate coming out from Dreamer here.
Well, that's interesting. Maybe it's because I don't know how much these naturals were adjusted, but when I played on this map, I made sure that I don't have to play a Zerg because it was impossible to make a wall against Zergs on this map in the version that I tested a few months ago. I'm pretty sure they adjusted that, but maybe Dreamer's still not comfortable with how the walls work, and he's opting for the 2-gate instead.
Yeah. I feel like that's the choice. Like, I don't know how to wall here. I'm just gonna make 2 gates instead. We'll have to see. Machine is gonna scout this with that Overlord here right away. Now, I casted some games of Machine in Gosu League where he faced a 2-gate, and he held it off pretty easily and ended up winning the game. So we'll see if he can do it again here, or if Dreamer can get something done with this.
Yeah, I believe most experienced Zergs can deal with it pretty well most of the time, but plays like this where you see he's pulling 2 more probes, those pushes are really strong because he actually reduce the Zerglings from needing 3 hits by the Zealot to 2 hits from the Zealot and 1 hit from the probe. So you can kill the Zealots a lot faster.
Yep. And he's gonna have these probes now. He can use them to try and block the Sunkens, which you can see he's doing. He even almost kills that drone. Maybe he'll get it. Still no. Okay. But yeah, anytime he can buy here by blocking the potential here for sunken colonies and stuff, we can. Yeah, we're seeing Machine taking this pretty seriously, pulling a bunch of drones to help fight now as well.
Yeah. He knows this is not easy to deal with those probes. But Dreamer is not really focusing enough on killing the Zerglings. Oh, and he loses one of the probes for free.
Bit unfortunate, but he does get a colony up there. It should be getting a sunken. So I think he's basically held, at least for now. Dreamer's going to continue making zealots here, streaming across the map, but he is supply blocked too.
Yeah, and he's retreating with his probes, so he wants to mine minerals and not attack.
He's still going to trade well against the Lings here if the Lings go in for that fight.
I think the zealots can just run into the main, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Not even getting hit by that sunken.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
That sunken is not in the best position.
Yeah, it felt like he was trying to get it down as quickly as possible. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, and it's well defended if you try to attack the lateral, but not if you go into the main base. Okay, that's a really good drone drill. That deals a lot of extra damage. Look at those zealots. They take a lot of free shots trying to get to those zealots, to those Zerglings.
Yep.
Well defended. I mean, drone drills are just too good.
Yeah, nerf drones or something. What's going on? What is that? Okay, Forge. Yeah, we still don't see any additional real tech out from Dreamer. No gas, so it looks like he's gonna get a forging cannon and try and expand behind his 2 gates cannon.
Who do you think is ahead in this scenario?
It's tough to say looking at it. Like, Zerg didn't lose too many drones, I feel like. So, like, the worker count's even. But he's doing a good job of continuing to force the defenses too at the same time. It's not a situation I encounter all that often.
Yeah. Turbine is not seen that often, unless you know you're playing against an inexperienced Zerg, where it's basically a free win.
Yeah. I feel like once this pressure stops, Machine's just going to be in a better position because there's still no natural up here for Dreamer. The Machine's going to be happily mining on 2 bases. But if Dreamer can get a bunch more drones or something or continue to do a lot of damage, he can still fight back in the game.
And with the third hatchery finishing, he has that extra lava from every cycle. So that makes a huge difference.
Yeah. It just feels like the longer this goes on like this, the further Machine's going to get ahead here. Because he still hasn't taken that base. Dreamer still hasn't taken that base and still hasn't taken gas, so he's pretty much just counting on these zealots winning or doing enough damage.
The Machine has to be pleased right now when that Overlord sees that there's no Nexus up.
Yeah.
You can see the main base gas, the natural has no Nexus, it's just 2 gates, that's it.
Alright. That's fighting and training as best they can out of the way of the sunken, but I don't know if it's going to be enough still.
Oh, Sunken gets a few shots up. Did he make a round of drones? Yeah, he must have. He's up to 19.
Yeah.
But even then, even those 3 zealots.
Yeah, they are. He is interfering with the mining time a lot too, which there's something to be said for that. But this is just, he's just losing the zealots every time, and that's just helping Machine stabilize or get a little bit more ahead. He built even a 2nd cannon back at home. Still no Nexus though.
And like you said, he's stopping the mining time, but he's not actually killing the drones, so the damage isn't as big.
Yeah.
Instead of force hatchery, so he's going to have even more lava. He can just make Zerglings for now and then drone up after that without any repercussions really.
No, he traded really well with those Lings there. He still got all 4 of those zealots, but it's not going to be enough, I feel like.
Yeah, all he has to do really is drill on the ramp. So maybe the Sunken can attack. Maybe actually make a second Sunken.
Yeah, it looked like that's what he was about to do, but the Ling got in the way.
Yeah.
And then
Oh.
he decides, no, I'm not going to do it after all. The Zealot's
I think
backed out.
he's yeah. Sees how many Zealots there are in front of his base. He knows 4 of them are damaged. So that's a big threat. Getting such a huge number of Zealots.
Yeah. Gonna have to be careful. Yeah, he's got his Ling's position here, so the Zealots can't just run in. They're gonna try and kill this hatchery, maybe. Now he's remaking that Sunken. It looks like a colony. Make into a Sunken. I mean, he's defended or fought these Zealots outside of Sunken range every time, and he's still coming out ahead.
Yep. I think he's got this. Yeah, it's 4 hatcheries. He can just flood links right now.
Yeah.
Actually not, when Dreamer blocks his
Yeah, I don't know how much of that is blocked and where the Lings can run. Like, they can run at top and below the gateway, I'm assuming. In between, obviously, but how many holes are in this wall? I just like
on top, definitely.
It looks like below.
Never tied.
And it looks like below, definitely. In between them.
Yep. That's a lot of open space.
He's blocked off 2 of it. The Lings could still get in the middle, but with 2 cannons there, it looks like he just doesn't want to try. He's going to run back with the Lings, get his 3rd base set up, and just be content with the fact that he feels he's probably a little ahead.
Yeah. And even if you don't want to run in that with slow Lings, he doesn't have the speed upgrade. And keeping those circlings alive will help him make more drones.
Is there a reason that machine you guys think took the mineral only and not an expansion with the gas?
I wonder if it's because it's closer and because he knows that there was a Zealot and his circlings were somewhere else. But it looks like he's trying to take that base too.
I think he tried to take both, but he already had that 3rd started when he sent the drone over here, but there's a Zealot. He's still going to chase him out. And I had a little bit longer, but he will eventually get that down there. And yeah, we're going to have like 4 base Zerg against 2 base Protoss that's just finishing their Citadel now. Like, this feels like a great spot for Machine.
Yeah, and he already has all the hatcheries he needs. Look at his drones. He easily caught up to the probes. Best Corsairs out, but he should have some Hydras, right? Yeah, 5 are about to finish.
Well, he's going to lose that Overlord on the map, but that should be it. The Hydras will be able to keep this Corsair from killing anymore. Unless there's some on the map he can find.
She's even getting +1 attack and upgrading or morphing into a lair. So he doesn't just want to try to mess Hydra, he wants to go for the take.
Which I think is still fine. He can do pretty much whatever he wants from this position. Like, we can see worker counts are even. Excuse me here, and he's going to be 4 base to 2 base, where Protoss is still only on 2 gateways. Like 2 gateways against what is it, 6 hatcheries now or something from Machine?
Yeah.
7 hatcheries even? No, 6. Okay.
I would just make a bit of static defense, some good SimCity, so that even if Dreamer comes out with like 12 Zealots, speed Zealots, you can just defend it. Because that can still be a strong push, even if you're this far ahead. If you are droning up for a long time, and you don't have the amount of units to stop 12 Zealots that are surrounding your army, you can still get in a little bit of trouble and take more damage than you wanted to.
Yeah. Yeah, well, he's still got to be careful, like I said, play it safe, but he should be ahead. And we do have a DT sneaking across the map. Maybe this can sneak in somewhere, get a bunch of kills. It looks like we have a good spread of Overlords, but Overlord speed isn't done yet. So if there's no Overlords really at the 4th base, this DT could potentially do some damage, although it's going to go straight to that 3rd base. But there's plenty of detection. Kills 1 drone, but...
Yeah, kills 1 drone and runs away. Ninja Assassin.
I bet it's better than nothing. Now it's just going to camp out there, it looks like, and try and deny a drone if it ever goes to take that base.
Beautiful
Interesting.
aesthetic details on this map, guys. Check this out.
Yeah, I was noticing that. It looks really cool.
Actually, that annoyed me when I was playing, because I was splitting my army up in two at that point. When you're trying to flank a Terra, that can be quite
Hard to
Quite
see
annoying.
where you're supposed to be going.
It does interfere with the pathing.
Yeah. It's like try to put 3 groups next to each other, and then there's the whole of water, and you're like, okay, guess that unit is those units are a little disconnected from the rest.
The tile set's not used often, and I know map makers sometimes are really innovative and creative. One of the things that sometimes could work against you is that it's just not intuitive to players when they look at something, whether it's high ground or if it interferes with pathing and things like that. So that could definitely be a challenge.
Yeah, like the ice confusion yesterday, where I thought it's because it's a lower level that there's also a mischance, but there's not even a vision penalty.
All right. Well, in the meantime, it looks like Machine's actually passed Dreamer in supply, because he has so many drones, so many bases here. Where do you go if you're Dreamer? It looks like he's just gonna try and power up and push out. I guess that's really all he can do at this point. But I feel like Machine's just gonna be ready for it, right? Because he's ahead in supply, he's ahead in workers. He's got a good group of units wandering the map, just trying to pick off or see if anything's moving out from Dreamer. Dreamer can't really take a third base at the moment. Now we got some lurkers coming up. Is he going to just go for a contain here?
Oh, catches the DT. And he gets revenge for his drone.
Yep.
Now he's just setting up a contain. This is so annoying. If you get enough lurkers, I think there was an ASL game last season, in 11 I believe, on Optimizer, where there were just so many lurkers in front of the protospace. It was just, as a viewer, I was already frustrated.
Yeah, or there was that game on Benzene with Snow, and he just kept trying to break and break and break and break and break, and then someone eventually just beat him because he couldn't get anywhere on the map. So many lurkers.
So how does Dreamer deal with this? Because he has a lot of zealots, and if he uses his storms, then that leaves him vulnerable to the Hydralisks.
What he can do is he can take that group of zealots and just right-click to the bottom right, or to his third, and just run by the lurkers. But he decides to go all onto them.
Attack them directly,
Yeah.
He knows he's got to bust it, but yeah.
Yeah, but it's hard.
Well, you're going to trade him inefficiently doing this too, right? Even if he breaks out of here, he's going to lose a bunch of units. He's not really going to have the army to pressure Machine back. And he's not even going to break through, it looks like. He's being forced right back up his ramp. Like, this, from here, the game is just textbook for Machine to win, really. He doesn't even have to attack. He just has to keep holding this position and taking bases and macroing up.
Yeah.
Like,
Scout all the laterals.
Impossible. Yeah. Make sure there's no hidden base for Protoss or anything.
Yeah.
He just has to hold this position and he will win the game. And I know Machine likes to do this. Like, I've played him a few times and gotten into this exact situation where he just contains me up 2 bases until I run out of money kind of thing. Now, in saying that, it looks like Dreamer is maybe going to actually be able to bust out here and get out on the map, and that's what he needs to do if he wants to fight back here.
He made a full cycle of Dragoons.
Yeah, he got enough units from his next cycle, and Machine didn't get enough reinforcements there. And he doesn't even need Templars right now, because this many goons can beat a bunch of Hydras.
Yeah.
If you have critical mass, they just become a lot stronger against stuff like Hydras.
Yeah. Now, he also regained the supply lead here too. So that's nice for him. Like, it's still not a bad supply for Zerg by any means, but it's a step forward for him, getting back in this game. He's able to take a third base now as well. So Dreamer's doing a good job fighting back here.
It's still 4 base against 2 at this point. The main is actually mined out, so while Dreamer had that quick spike in armies, he's going to go through a low phase right now where he can't pump out any units. So he can't be aggressive because he can't make any reinforcements. He has to be defensive, get a base, secure the base, and ideally also take a force base.
Yeah, I mean, we can see him doing that now. At least in the third to defend it, but... Maybe sending a probe up there now. I don't know what that is.
Yep.
But he
It's a
doesn't know
probe.
where the fourth base is, maybe. Or maybe he just wants to take a hidden base.
That's my favorite kind of base.
The hidden one.
Yeah, against Zerg.
Oh.
So they think they have you, and then you happily mining from a base they don't know about. Ooh. So I get so mad. Oh, he catches a lot of lurkers in transition.
Nice couple of storms here, a bunch of free units. Yeah, he's doing a good job fighting back in here. He's going to be able to start pressuring this base now of machines. I don't know if he's going to be able to kill it, but... Oh, we got a control group of units going towards Dreamer's base too. If he's not paying attention, that could be dangerous. He does not want to lose this base. He cannot lose this base. Yeah. No
He
defend
does
there.
not.
Yeah. Does not lose this base. But he does not break this base of Zerg's either.
Oh.
And he's going to lose
No.
his whole army.
And now he's running into that problem that he couldn't make enough reinforcements due to not mining. So he has almost no units. I think one cycle is just completing now, but he's way down in supply once again. Do you see that he gets the one base that is not in vision of anything? There's an overlord patrolling, but I'm not sure if you can see that nexus. I don't think so.
We'll see how far that overlord goes. Yes, he can.
Oh, it does see
Okay.
it.
Immediately goes after it.
Yeah.
He's
Poor
like, I
Dreamer.
know what's going on here. Yep. So he will be able to deny that base with that group of lings heading up there. Bit unfortunate there for Dreamer, but I guess that's the risk you take when you go for a hidden base.
Yeah. And Dreamer doesn't have much now. He lost all his strengths that he had. That momentum is gone.
Yeah, I wonder if he should have expanded and defended
Yeah.
it with the superior army. But it's one of those moments, I think, when you're leading and you just have an urge to attack and maybe try to win it. And sometimes that pays out too.
Yeah, he caught those lurkers and hydras left from the middle of the map. And he probably felt really good after that, because it was a convincing victory in that battle. And the battle before, so he thought, okay, machine has nothing right now. I have to kill his base.
Right, because you're playing in the
didn't
dark. I think one thing viewers, backseat gamers, and casters like me often do and take for granted is we have map vision. Right, we can see everything that's going on, and we form opinions based on that. But the whole game is premised on not knowing what the fuck's going on.
Yeah.
Exactly. We can say he shoulda, coulda, woulda done all of this, but we don't know what he knows, right? Like, we know more than he does in the current situation of games. So.
I mean, you can't even see what the map looks like unless you've scouted parts of it. So.
Yeah, sure. But we got a bit of an engage here. Looks like there's more Protoss than just Zerg here in general. So he should be able to clean up at least this chunk army.
Yeah, and those were some juicy storms on those hydras. But they're still even in supply. They were even in supply when the fight started, and they are once again.
Yeah.
I think Machine can just really throw his units at the Protoss army at this point, and expect it to slowly but surely get smaller.
Yeah. Dreamer's setting up a fourth base here. If he can get that established, he could definitely fight back in the game, but it's so tough.
Yeah, luckily he's still mining from 2 bases because he took a Snipe so late.
Yeah.
So that gives him that time to wait a little bit with a fourth base. But as I said, they don't have as many minerals, not as much gas as a normal full base. So he can't rely on those bases for too long. He has to take a 5th base sometime soon.
No, Machine is mining out of some of his bases here as well. Main's mined out.
Yeah.
That's getting kind of low. That base has still got a little bit, but I think his third's getting a little low there too. So, I mean, if he can prevent Zerg from ever getting another base, that would be really good.
Yeah, that's his main job right now for Dreamer.
Yeah.
Stops the Zerg from expanding. That way he will lose any advantage he has. Because right now it's 4 base against 5 base soon. And in the long term, that's going to favor no one in particular, but probably the Protoss, since the Zerg is going to mine out earlier.
Right, it looks like he's trying to attack into a position here, but there's just way too many Lurker Hydra laying here. It's going to take out a decent chunk of the army here from Dreamer.
Yeah, that's a
And now
shame
we
that
can
he
see-
separated them.
Yeah, well now we can see the supply lead for machines really kicking up here. So 30
Oh,
supply ahead of Dreamer.
That's a big jump. Dreamer should probably build a Reaver, or multiple Reavers, to defend his expansions. Otherwise, Machine could just walk around the map, like walk to 12 o'clock and then attack from the other side whenever he sees that Dreamer moves out. He could just place Overlords everywhere around the middle on the high ground, and then just react to whatever Dreamer is doing. And he's actually moving a lot of units to the top right now. And Dreamer's army is moving to the bottom to stop an expansion.
No, it looks like Machine's gonna respond and try and go after the army instead of taking out the expansion or something. He's bringing his army back. Now, I think Dreamer could definitely kill that base, if, especially if Machine doesn't send a big chunk of his army back there. But if he does send his whole army and Dreamer loses this army, it's gonna leave him open to some kind of attack from Machine as well.
It looks like Machine pulled back some of his units at the top. Oh, that's a big storm. That damaged a lot of lurkers. These are just the fights that Dreamer wants, but now he's kind of trapped. Like if Machine places a lot of lurkers here and then some on the other ramp from that base. But he doesn't seem to think about that right now.
Nope.
He's moving in the right direction. Maybe he just knows the army is too far away and so he's going to counterattack.
Yeah, get into a position here with the lurkers already burrowed by the time Dreamer gets back with his army. He's already going to be in position. Yeah, if he takes out this third base, which it looks like he might, it's going to be very hard for Dreamer to really fight back. And with the Dark Swarms there, it's going to be hard. The Goons aren't going to be able to get on top and kill those Lurkers. He's going to rely on the Zealots. There's not a lot buffing for those Lurkers, though, so he will actually clean most of this up.
It's so hard to keep track of your Templars, eh? You lose so many that have storms.
But the Nexus will go down. Cutting that mineral income in half, basically, there for Dreamer. Oh, nice lurker drop. I didn't see how many probes it got, but quite a
15?
few. Yeah, he's down to 20 probes now. Ouch.
Dreamer and Machine, guys, they're on top of their game. They're training really hard. I know Dreamer has been, or Machine has been doing well in BSL. I haven't been keeping up with Dreamer's success. So this is a fantastic game where they're showcasing their skills on a map they've never played on before.
Yeah, but I feel like this is just about over at this point. Like, he lost all those probes. He's only mining on one base now. You can see the huge supply advantage for Machine. He's up 60 supply here. This is basically do or die for Dreamer. He's got to kill a couple of bases with this army. There's even Defilers who he's going to be able to get Swarm off to stop those Goons. Maybe a Swarm. Okay, he's just going to go for the Plague. He knows he just has to kill this army, and he's won the game.
Yeah, there's nothing left. He's being doubled in supply right now, so Machine can basically only win from this position. Oh,
Nice
look at
storm
all
on the
these
drones,
lurkers.
but it's still not enough, yeah. He's still double the workers with 40 drones.
Yeah, even after that storm.
Yeah. Even if Machine won't even mind if he loses this hatchery. It doesn't matter too much, but I think he's going to be able to save it. Bunch of lurkers running up here. Maybe not best idea if there's, I don't know how many cannons are behind there, but in storms, but we'll see. Okay, he will maybe actually kill this hatchery off. I thought Machine had just maybe enough to defend, but looks like it will probably just go down.
Yeah,
Nice little pickup for Turner, but it's not enough. Yeah.
Yeah, it's an important hatchery because it was almost the last mining base. Only the one below is still mining. I think the mineral only is mined out right now.
Yeah, that's a good point. He did take another new base too, but it isn't mining yet. Another mineral only up there.
And look where those drones are going from the mineral only. They're going to do long distance mining. They're not even going to
Oh,
the
yeah.
mineral only as the top left.
That's
It's crazy.
interesting. Yeah. Well, Dreamer's got a base there. Yeah.
Needs to kill this base and get some mining out.
Well, he might be able to kill some of this. He's got swarms there, so the cannons aren't going to be able to kill these hydras. Lurker there as well. And Dreamer is going to GG this.
What a game.
Takes it. Yeah, that was a real crazy fun game.
Yeah, it was so much back and forth.
I was expecting a pretty good game from these two, so it did not disappoint.
I think watching this map, there's so many beautiful aesthetic details that maybe it's just because I haven't seen the map so many times, but it's a lot of external stimuli, and I have a hard time kind of paying attention to the units a little bit, if that makes sense. Like the map demands a lot of your attention, whereas when you have kind of like a bland, simple map, it's, I think, a little bit easier maybe to keep track of like units and things going on, if that makes sense.
Totally. I mean, if you're fighting the map on top of fighting your opponent, then you're going to lose.
Alright guys, second last map, bridging the gap, didn't make it into the top 4. Ash World tile set, the home world of Swarm. This one's by Freakling and OctZerg. Same authors as the last map, except Freakling, I think he's responsible for the main concept, and OctZerg probably helped out with some deco. We're gonna see Khala versus Scan on this map.
Once again. I think we saw a game between them yesterday on this map already.
That's right.
Khala tried to keep attacking into the third base in natural, but without too much success, and eventually lost. I wonder if he's going to do better today.
Guess we'll find out. Maybe.
Little
Okay, we're back.
is that all the mineral fields are multiples of 8. Some of them are 4 minerals, some are 4 under it. So the last one with 8. Guess someone was upset by that. Alrighty.
Alright.
Do you want to introduce the players?
Sure, why not? Alright, in the top left, we have our pink Protoss. It's none other than Khala. And now he's red, and now he's pink, and now he's red. And in the top right, it's none other than WG Scan, the red Terran. Now he's blue, now he's red, now he's blue. Nice. Alright, so they're sharing the top of the map. A little bit closer spawns players could opt for something a little bit more aggressive if they wanted to. We have seen Khala tend to do a lot of aggressive moves against, I don't know if it was just against Scan in general or he likes the more aggressive styles overall. So maybe we'll expect to see that again this game, you know, and play something maybe a little bit more aggressive, try and bust scan early or kill some tanks or something to get some kind of an advantage for himself.
Yeah, I agree. I would also expect him to be a little more aggressive again. I wonder how scan is going to open. He's at 150. Is he going to for the... Yeah, he seems to be going for the Rex and the natural. Probably a gasless expand again. Which he's usually following up by going 2 factories and then 2 tanks or 1 tank, depending on how aggressive Khala is, and then going for vultures.
Alright, well, we'll see if he goes that way. He is scouting out onto the map now, but he's going to go the wrong direction. So he's going to scout Khala last here. Unless he goes for that end scout. Cross map after the first scout. And what is Khala doing?
Yeah, his simulator was a little bit late. It finished a good chunk of time after the gateway. I wonder if he's going for a zealot first, because he also wasn't mining straight away from it. I think he only has 1 probe on gas right now.
Okay, maybe 2.
Yeah, 2 now.
So maybe it looks like maybe he wants to save up for a little bit earlier of a Nexus or something here.
Yeah, maybe he's expecting actually this kind of build from scan.
Yeah. Make a couple extra zealots or get an earlier Nexus or something, we'll see.
Oh, look at that annoying probe. He actually forced the SCVs to be switched.
Marine comes out, we'll be able to chase that probe away. And Scan did do that cross map scout. I don't know if this was because in reaction to seeing the probe get there at a certain time and saying, okay, I know you're close spawn, or if he just was planning on doing that anyway. Nexus comes down there on 21.
So one thing I should mention about this tile set, Ash World, sometimes there's complaints about it when Zerg is playing. You can't really see lurkers because there's a tile associated with this tile set that's kind of dark. And what the map makers tried to do is use a lighter shade so that lurkers, for example, are more visible. Not very relevant for this race matchup, but it's kind of an innovation that's cool to try to get this tile set to be played on more. As you know, there's a lot of games on, in StarCraft content, but you don't really see this tile set much, or Desert, or Ice World, so it would be cool to try to make those tile sets more feasible, more playable, by doing what's necessary in order to get them featured more. So in Tundra, like I mentioned, the bright white snow is kind of minimized. And Optimizer tried to do the same thing as well. There's only so many tile sets, right? I think there's Ash World, there's Ice, there's Twilight, there's Space, there's Jungle Terrain, and there's Desert. Is there 6?
There's Badlands.
And Badlands, is there 7?
And Installation, which cannot be played in melee.
So it'd be cool to have a little bit more diversity. I know when people see newer maps, especially tile sets that they don't often see, it's kind of refreshing. But at the same time, you want to make sure that players are content with those tile sets, that they're comfortable playing on it, there aren't issues. So yeah, I just wanted to acknowledge the map makers who are really conscientious of that and trying to work on ways to revive certain tile sets that aren't used much.
I don't know how you guys feel, but when I play on a new map, I already play a little bit worse, obviously, because I'm not used to the map, but if it's like Ash World or Snow, then I play especially worse, and I feel like I need way more games to get used to the map than on, for example, jungle maps.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that too. You just gotta play until you get used to it, like you don't know exactly where to send your stuff or where you want to place your buildings, and it's just extra things you're thinking about too, right? Like, okay, how am I going to do my Sim City? Whereas if you're playing a map you've played a bunch of times already, you already kind of know where you're going to place all your buildings and all the little spots you can do things on the map. So, yeah. Okay. Looks like we got a goon loaded up here. I assume he's got a Reaver somewhere. I didn't see the support bay, but If he's heading across the map, he's got to have it, right? Yeah. Okay. Must be the support bay above his gas there. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, as you can see, he's almost walling off his main base with a circle around it. That's to provide protection against vultures in your main base. So if there's ever any run by, if you have a perfect wall, then none of your probes are actually going to die to the worlds.
Nice SimCity, but you do have to be careful because it can also work against you if the opponent goes for some kind of drops and gets drops in behind there, and then you can't get your goons back there.
Yep. In that case, you need zealots or a shuttle.
Yeah.
And Khala kills the first turret to get his to get more movement for his shuttle, but he's not getting any of those SCVs.
Oh,
And he's
yeah,
actually attacking the front at the same time.
Yeah, he does bust
Kills the
that
bunker.
bunker. Yeah, that's nice. Now he
That's
can move
really
it in
well
here. Where are the units for scan? Does he even have any units? Is it just SCVs left?
I think he lost 3 Marines to the Reaver and also one of the tanks.
Oh, yeah, he does lose the Reaver, but this is still looking pretty nice here for Khala.
Oh, he gets all the tanks. So the tank count is reset back to 0. That's the worst thing that can happen for the Terran and the best thing to happen for the Protest.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I don't know, it feels like a good thing to me, but... yeah. Well, still a couple goons in the face here, but they're not gonna be able to fight the SCVs too long. SCVs are pretty good against your goons, so...
Yeah, but they are annoying.
Yeah, for sure.
So
That
that's,
scan does clean it up.
yeah. Job well done by those goons. And
Yes,
Khala
sir.
seems to be going for the same thing again.
Yeah. He likes these aggressive plays like we were pointing out earlier. He's just continuing to keep up the aggression here. He killed all the tanks, he's just gonna go right back across the map and try again. At what point do you say it becomes an overextension? Like, yes, they can be effective, but you can also get into situations where you do overextend, right? You take a bad fight, next thing you know, you're behind, or any advantage you may have gained is already gone. Like if he loses the shuttle and Reaver or something for nothing.
Yeah, and he tries to force the unsiege on the high ground while also dealing damage with his Reaver, but he's just wasting his units right now.
Yeah. See, this is kind of what I said. You know, even scan, even that's buy up a little bit more. And Khala didn't really get anything done. He lost all those Dragoons for basically nothing.
Yeah, the first attack was really good. Second one had a good idea, but after the Dragoon died on the high ground, he should have just backed up.
Yeah. Again, going down in the main base there, seeing what Khala does see another Reaver. So he knows that Khala's going to continue to use some Reavers here in this game. In fact, he's even going to throw up a couple of turrets outside to try and prevent the shuttle from coming back in.
Khala already has a forge up, getting those upgrades. And Scan on the other hand, does he have an armory? Yeah, his +1 is almost done. And he's adding a bunch of more factories now. He's going up to what? 4? How many else does he have? Another one? Yeah, he has 4 and he's going up to 6. So he's going for a big push. Unless he's making a command center somewhere, which I didn't see. Which he doesn't appear to be doing.
So yeah, Scan wants to go for this kind of heavier mid-game push, although it's a little bit later and delayed than it might normally be because of that early game harass that where Khala reset the tanks and killed some SCVs and stuff. But this could still be kind of strong. Now, Khala does have those 2 Reavers sitting outside the base. You can use that, definitely use that to slow down, you know, get a couple of shots off, kill some vultures, force the tanks to siege up, move back a little bit, and that can really buy a lot of time for Khala if and when Scan's ready to push out.
Yeah, and buying that time can be really crucial. It can decide between dying to that push and actually defending it.
Yeah, sometimes all you need is just to buy enough time for 1 or 2 more cycles worth of units, and then you'll have enough to fight the Terran army. And we can see Zealots are starting to come out here for Khala, so he knows what's going on. He's getting those Zealots ready to help engage it. I hope he's got lake speed on the way, maybe. Oh, it looks like it just finished there. Either that or that Zealot got the speed glitch on it.
Have you seen the speed glitch on the Hydra where 2 Hydras collide and then they just move really fast to the left at like 5 times the normal speed?
Yeah, same kind of thing as Zealots can do that too. Oh, that's a bit unfortunate for him. They're losing one Reaver there for free.
Yeah, that was the opposite of stalling. I mean, sure, he forced one of the sieges, but losing 1 Reaver in return isn't exactly what you want.
Yeah. Oh, he's gonna pick up that shuttle too? Almost. The Reaver's gonna go down, and the shuttle. I'm getting a little bit worried here for Khala. He didn't do much with that Reaver. Now, he does have a decent enough supply lead that maybe he can fight this army, but he's still gonna have to be careful. He's still gonna want to take a good engage. Some of this middle ground here is like got vision issues, so I don't know what part of the vision issues are playing a fight, but part of this. But Khala gets a great trade here. Great engagement.
I don't think it's vision issues. It's these small trees that you see. Those are vision blockers on purpose. Yeah. Those are placed everywhere. So if you are inside that little circle where they fought and you don't see the outside, you just get surrounded for free.
Yeah. It kind of felt like that may have came into play there, but I guess Scan had some units on both sides of it.
Khala's too afraid of spider mines. He doesn't know that he just cleared the last one and he could have gotten those tanks for free.
Yeah. Would have been nice if he picked them off, but even still, he reset Scan's army. Scan was doing like this 2-base push, right? So now Scan really doesn't have a lot of backup plan. Okay, he does have the 3rd command center floating down to take his 3rd base now, but Khala's already happily mining on 4 bases here. So, and he's like 50 supply ahead, even setting up to maybe take that 5th base at the 12 o'clock there. I'm liking this position here for Khala at the moment.
Yeah, I don't like that he's possibly trying to expand to 12 o'clock. I think it's too late for that. He should have taken that as a 3rd base. That would have been okay, in my opinion. But right now, Scan can just slow crawl there and kill it right after it's done. So I think he should rather focus on getting a main base in the bottom left, get the main in natural, and then add a lot of gateways in the bottom left.
Yeah, I always question or wonder when Protoss expands this close to Terrans. Like, it's a lot easier for Terran to just slow push into there if they want to and kill it, take it from themselves. So it just feels weird to see, you know, I see it, pro gamers do it all the time, like expand towards Terrans and stuff. I'm just like, I wonder why. It just doesn't make sense.
Early on, sometimes the Terran doesn't expect it and doesn't want scouted. But even if you lose it and you mine a lot of minerals, and it's technically a base for the Terran, you basically stole their money. You know, that's why I do it. I don't know if that's the same reason that pro gamers go for it, but that's my reasoning to win the late game, if we even get there.
I can see you mine half of it or something, then that's half of it they can't mine anymore.
Exactly.
Makes sense.
Is Khala possibly taking the bottom right? That would also be the same thing. At least for me. I would take that base just to steal minerals.
Well, it looks like Khala is now going to go try and expand to bottom left, but there are a couple mines in place there. He's going to send his goons to clear that out, intercept the vultures if they go to try and deny it. So
Khala needs to expand. He's ahead right now, or at least on par supply-wise. Being 30 ahead is pretty good momentum. But it's going to be gone very soon because Khala is about to be maxed out and Flash is going to max out a minute later. So in that time Khala needs to expand, which he's doing, and then add a lot of gateways.
Yeah, he's saying 2 nexus at the same time, which I think is fine here too. And
that's
Nice kind of storm there. Killed his own Ob and a bunch of damage on his Zealots. But yeah. Alright, just gonna clear out some mines here now in the middle of the map. Looks like Scan's getting ready to push up this hill a little bit. Maybe he just wants to get into position to defend if Khala decided he was going to try and bust the position here.
Really hope he doesn't attack. We saw him yesterday attack when he hit 200 at 12 minutes, and Scan was at way less supply, like 50, 60 supply less. And it didn't turn out well. If you attack into a defending terrain, it's not going to be a good day for you.
Yeah. That's one of the main things that like I stress over and over when helping, like I said, helping Protoss against Terran. Just don't attack in there. Just, you're super confident you're going to win the fight. You just see Protoss die to that all the time. Oh, he does lose that shuttle there for free. It looks like it's kind of hard for him to attack. Like, look at his small chokes and stuff in here you'd have to deal with to try and attack. So Terran's just going to be able to get this base up, I feel like. He can't really get in there. You need like ARBs to attack that position. ARBs or carriers. Looks like the choice is going to be ARBs here. He's got some building now.
Oh, finally. Oh man, that's not a good attack angle.
Yeah, I don't know. I gotta question that move. Like, it feels like Khala is slowly starting to throw away the advantage or lead he had here. Just by trying to attack into these small chokes where Terran's sieged up. That's almost never a good idea.
Feels like he's impatient.
Yeah. It's like he
could
wants
just,
to end it his own.
yeah, he knows Scan is expanding there, but there's nothing you can do. The map is too tight to attack on ground. Your Arbiter is doesn't even have energy. All your units are behind the narrower choke of the two. So just stay back, secure your expansions, build off gateways, build a bank, and maybe get enough energy to recall the main base or something, because that seems kind of unprotected at this point.
Yeah,
So
like
send
you
an
go
observer
across the
there.
top of the map or something and get a good recall in there.
Yeah, just send an observer and then you know whether or not there's protection. And if there is, yesterday he used Hallucinate to get two Arbiters in front of his main Arbiter, so that's always a good trick to use as well.
Yeah. Well, we do have a bit of a flank now coming in. Where's the stasis? No, stasis goes down. The Arbiter goes down without a stasis here. Oh, and it's like only Dragoons left here against like mass tanks and a choke. Like Scan just took a great trade there, and now he's ahead 20 supply. Is Khala gonna lose this game? He had such a nice advantage early on, but
Yeah, it feels like it. He's attacking in really bad positions. Like, he was once again attacking an army that was halfway behind that choke point, and it just didn't go well.
yeah.
Maybe he's doing a counter attack now. He knows he can't stop Scan's attack.
Yeah, and he's just gonna GG. Wow.
What? Why?
I guess
Please
he just
try to
felt
go
like
with both
Scan's
sides.
got too much and he lost too much in that fight.
I don't agree with that early GG. He had 3 bases in the bottom left, a bunch of gateways. Maybe he possibly could have dealt some damage to the 4th base. I don't know what Scan had there, but... Whew. Khala was not confident in winning that.
I think Scan did a pretty good job of exploiting certain aspects of the map. Maybe not so much when he had tanks in the center that weren't sieged and he got surrounded and lost all of them. But he was set up in positions that I think made it really hard for Khala to attack him.
Yeah, I think the map is a little bit too narrow in the center. Yes, there are a lot of passages. Yeah, exactly. There are a lot of chokes that you can walk through, but if you actually want to do a fight, right there, it's impossible to get all your units onto the enemy. They're all going to get stuck behind other units at each choke point. Even if you come through 3 or 4 choke points, you can't get a 200 army onto your enemy. I think this map could be a lot better, because it's not bad. It's just some parts of the center could be improved.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think some parts need to be opened up a little less choky. You're saying it's just makes it good for Terran maybe, but really hard for Protoss to get in anyway. Deny anything from Terran.
Yeah, possibly for Zerg too.
Yeah.
Alright guys, Last but not least, and I really appreciate you guys devoting so much of your time today. I know this stream event was very long. The map makers certainly appreciate it. On their behalf, I do want to thank y'all and anybody who's watching this, either live or the VOD. It does mean a lot to them. The last map by SC Spider, who won the new mapper award. Terraform. You're gonna see Dreamer vs Machine.
Ooh, nice. The rematch
Easy.
of Dreamer vs. Machine. Different map.
Yeah, this map again. Okay,
Yep.
just remember, don't click the X.
Right, but it was the
Spam.
egg in the bottom left. Maybe the other ones are okay.
Spam
I
click
mean-
the eggs.
You can try.
Let's not risk it. I'll just play with your balls.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was hoping for.
No comment.
I guess we've already talked about this map earlier, but we can look at it again. It's fairly standard. You have your natural, what you can wall off quite well. Your third base is right outside the natural, and then there's an easy pass to your fourth base. The middle is mostly high ground in a circle, and you can risk going through the low ground area for a faster attack pass. But personally, I would always advise against that.
Unless you know for sure they're not there.
Yep.
Alright. Well, last game of the night. I guess in the top right here we got our black Zerg, it's Machine. And in the bottom right, our green Protoss, playing green once again. Ash Dreamer.
You know, green is actually one of the Brood War forced colors that is not a standard color on the StarCraft tile sets, but on the Brood War tile sets like Desert, orange gets replaced by green, and on the Ice tile set, white gets replaced by green.
That's cool. LML, you know about the what is it? The map editor, right? You've made maps. You're familiar with
Yeah.
that stuff.
Yeah, mostly UMS maps, but also for a short time, 10 years ago, I made a bunch of melee maps.
I gotta give a big shout out to Suicidal Insanity, who created the map software that Koreans and foreigners use to make maps. I believe he's from Germany.
Sorry,
I
who's
love
from
his name,
Germany? I was
too.
reading the chat.
Alright, well, let's see what we got here. Hatchery in the natural there. For Machine. Yeah, okay. He did go for 11 hatch. 10 pool, it looks like. Which is pretty good against Gate Expand here, but we do see Dreamers going for a Forge. I'm actually surprised to see how many Forge expands we saw today, considering how often people go Gate Expand these days, but it could go to the fact that they're not as comfortable on these maps, so they don't know all the little chokes or places where you can sneak zealots in maybe, or
Right. I
you
think
just
you
want
may
to
be
play
right.
it safer in general, right? You just feel more comfortable playing Forge. I know, at least for me, like if I'm playing in a serious game or something, I tend to go Forge more often, just because I'm more comfortable with it. I know I can be safer with it and stuff. But when I'm doing practice games with friends or anything, just for fun games, I do like to mix in the Gate a lot more to practice it and stuff too. Or it could be something like that, right? Just a comfort thing. But
Look at Dreamer just
actually-
stunting. Made in a simulator to prevent the extractor moving. That was cool.
That's quite annoying. For me, it's actually the opposite. When I don't know how to wall yet on a map, if I didn't try that beforehand, then I'm going to go Gate first. Because then I can just make a bunch of zealots for my wall.
for sure. Yeah. Oh, that's fair. That's fair.
Oh wow, he's really trying to annoy him. Now comes the pylon. But it doesn't really matter because Machine already took the third base, the mineral only.
Is it fair to say that the better you get at this game, the more you can do with your scouting peon?
Probably.
Yeah.
And it's like a super important aspect of the game, being able to just scout and block and get information and all that good stuff.
Yeah, what you want to do is spend a lot of time, a lot of screen time on your scouter so he doesn't die. But for that to happen, you have to really know your build order. So that even if your screen is all the time is on the worker all the time, you know what's going on in your main base, and if you have to make a pylon now or have to add your core, etc. So it's quite difficult to do, but it gets better with time.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with that. I know when I play PvZ, I spend a lot more time looking at my scouting probe than I do at my own base. Like I, keep it alive, dodging lings, then go back quickly, build a building, and then I'm going right back to that probe, right? Make sure he doesn't die, because you want that scouting information. It's just so important. But like you said, you got to be on top of your build at the same time. It's just so much multitasking in the early game for PvZ.
Yeah, but this is exactly what you want to see. Hydras. 5 minutes, Hydras. Uh-oh.
We got a Dragoon out here too to pick off this Overlord.
This is really good. I mean, the Overlord being here could have already been a tell for Hydras, but getting that allows you to make a DT.
Yeah. That's nice. I don't know if he's got his Templar Archives done just yet, but he will be able to make a DT when he gets that finished. Looks like it's about half done. Oh, there is another Overlord here, actually, yeah. He's got two Overlords here.
Yep. Doing it the way he should. F2 there in case the first Corsair kills the Overlord. But Dreamer saw everything that he wanted to see with his probe, so he didn't even make a Stargate.
If you spawn vertically or horizontally to a Zerg, do you think there's more of a chance that a Hydra bus will take place because the Hydralisk could just get to your nat faster and cross spawns? Or is that not a...
I mean, it would definitely be a factor. They can still do it cross map or not, but it'll of course it'll come faster. So it's like, yeah, it could be a factor. Like, oh, I'm in close spawns, I'll just go for the Hydra bust, right? But it doesn't have to be close spawns. You cross spawns, you can still do it.
True. I think it depends a lot more on what you know that your opponent saw you do. If you know that probe died early, you can do it. You can, or you cannot do it to play mind games, you know. That's a hard thing. Same with cross position. Sometimes your opponent might not expect certain strategies on cross position, so you doing them might actually catch him off guard.
Yeah, exactly. Like, oh, I know he's not going to be aggressive because it's cross map, and then all of a sudden he comes in with a bunch of whatever, and he is being aggressive. It's like, oh, well, I cut some corners thinking he wasn't going to be aggressive, and now I just dead. Or whatever.
Yep.
And the Hydra bus has some flexibility to the point where you could just start droning up after you invested in a few Hydralisks and you see that, there's enough cannons to stop it, right? It's not like it commits you to that build.
Yeah, I don't think Machine ever had the intention of going all in and winning here. I mean, if he had seen that there was only one cannon, obviously he would have maybe tried to kill it and win. But killing that wall, reducing one gateway, and killing the forge that was possibly halfway done with an upgrade, that's huge. On top of that, you forge a lot of cannons. Look at the amount of cannons he forged. That's 5 extra cannons. Those cannons could have been gateways. Yeah. Instead, he had to make 5 cannons. He had to remake his forge in his main base. He made a second forge, so then he can get proper upgrades now. That isn't too far behind in upgrades.
Did he overmake cannons?
Well, I don't think he knew how much is coming. He had no probe seeing if he was making drones or more Hydras. So I think it was okay.
So that's another danger of the Hydra bus, is like overmaking defense.
Yeah.
It's hard to know exactly what you need.
Exactly. That's why they only go for 5-6 Hydras. Because they know you're going to make all these cannons.
They know you have to because you can't confirm. If you can't confirm, right?
Yeah.
Because if you don't make those cannons and they did make the Hydras, you're just dead.
Wasn't like CVP always in favor of Zerg back in the day? I mean, playing early 2000s, that's what I remember. And is this still the same? That's sort of the sense that I get, is that it's somewhat favored in Zergs.
I think it depends on who you ask. Some people say Protoss beats Terran really easily. PvT is easy. Personally, I feel PvZ is easier. When I play against top players, I have a way higher chance of taking a game off of a Zerg than a Terran, in my opinion.
Oh, same here. Completely same here. I would much rather play Zergs than Terrans. I just find PvT so difficult lately. But yeah, like you said, some players will find PvT easier. In general, like the community tends to say, oh, Protoss is better than Terran, is better than Zerg, is better than Protoss, right, kind of thing. But it's just how it plays out. Which race may have the initiative and can pull more tricks. Like PvT, you can do so many different things, right? If Terran doesn't scout properly, they can just die easily.
Right.
It's the same thing in PvZ, right? Like Zerg can do so many things in the early game that if you don't scout and react properly, you can just die. And that's kind of why that trend exists, right? That the whole Zerg greater and Protoss greater and Terran kind of thing. It's just the one race has so many tricks or things they can do in the early game that if it's not scouted and reacted to properly, you can just die really quickly and easily.
That's a lot on players and maps. So there's never a different answer.
Yeah, for sure.
Now, Dreamer is here with a really cute drop of 3 Zealots and 1 High Templar. Oh, he stormed the whole drone line. 2 storms. I don't think Dreamer expected this sort of storm.
Yeah, he got quite a few drones there, but didn't quite get the Spire. Funny thing is, if he didn't have the Templar and he had an extra Zealot, he would have got the Spire.
The Templar was pretty sneaky. I thought he just had Zealots in the shuttle. I was like, well, that's kind of strange.
Yeah, but on the other hand, he noticed the Mutalist because of that drop, which is pretty good. And he knows that he has to defend against that.
Yeah.
And that's a lot of Mutalists. So
Yeah,
I think
Machine's
that
actually
should be
even
enough.
ahead in supply. Right?
Yeah, and they should be able to one-shot High Templars missiles. Oh,
Is this? He's just gonna be able to deny the third base here from Dreamer too.
yeah, he baited out so many storms. Sure, the Mutas died, but did the Nexus die? Yeah, the Nexus was done and died.
Yep.
That hurts. That's 400 minerals down the drain, plus
All that time.
the pylon. Perfect move.
Yeah. Even supply game here, like this is looking really good for Machine, but we've seen Dreamer kind of fight back in all these games he's been playing against Zergs, like against Aegyo and Machine before. He can fight back and stay in the games for a long time, and the Zergs haven't been able to kill him, so.
He really likes to upgrade, eh?
He does, yeah. Some 1-1 going for 2-2. And I guess he's going to have a power spike soon. When he gets enough units off of his 2 base, that's when he will have a short moment. But it depends on how he uses it. Is he going to expand behind it? Is he going to be safe, or is he going to try and do something with his army?
I think he's getting into position to expand here for the moment. Maybe get that Nexus started, get a pylon going, and get a couple of cannons out, and then move out on the map. Because if you move out on the map, like he looks like he's planning on doing now, there's always the potential that a counterattack could come in and deny the space. Like if a group of Lings or something could sneak around and deny the Nexus.
And this allows for it. There's more than enough space to move around. Oh, more Mutalists. Oh, he might get getting those Templars. Nope. The only Templars
He
that
got
died
one,
died
but-
to a storm.
He's going to kill those Mutalists off, but this is exactly what I was talking about. Now he's got no units here to deny this counterattack, so he's forced to cancel that Nexus once again, staying back on 2 base.
You always need to add a few zealots there. That's when you protect your base. Well, he's attacking just before the lurkers are done. There's an observer that is getting attacked and sniped actually by the Mutas. So Dreamer has nothing to fight with. And he has to run away. It's killing some of those lurkers before they can go away. That's not going to count.
No observers here. Like, at least whole army, it looks like. Maybe he can get away with a couple of units, but maybe not.
just didn't have the storms. Every storm he had, he wasted on the mutas every time. And therefore he had nothing to counter those hydras. And after his observer got sniped, he also couldn't do anything against the lurkers.
Yeah.
There's not much of an even fight going on right now.
Well, this is looking very good for your machine. He's on 4 bases, and he just keeps preventing Dreamer from ever getting this 3rd base here. Maybe he can prevent it again. He's got a good number of units out on the map. Supplies are even in Machine's favor here. Equal number of workers, but Machine has like 10 more supply here. So he could probably just deny this 3rd base again and again, I feel like, if he went in for the attack. It doesn't mean he has to, but it's an option.
Yeah, he can just relax and he can wait for Dreamer to move anywhere. Just like now, he sees with his overlords that he's moving, so he could try to counterattack, but Dreamer is defending his base. But Dreamer needs a 2nd base. We are at the 14-minute mark, past the 14-minute mark, so main and natural are going to be mined out quite soon. So at this point, when you're expanding this late, you need to double expand to make up for it.
Yeah, it looks like he's moving his army into position there to clear out anything that might be at that base so he can take it. Get that 2nd base up and running. Now if he can get both those bases going, he can fight back for sure. Looks like Machine's gonna go ahead and take his 3rd base too at the top left. We got a bit of an engage here. Yeah, let's go.
And the first unit that died was a High Templar, so it's not really going into Dreamer's favor. That's a lot of zealots and very few guns.
Just keep hearing lurkers fighting there.
Yeah.
It's like, where are the lurkers? I hear them attacking, but I don't see them.
It's so hard controlling Templars, right? Because they're like integrated with your army and you just move them, and sometimes they're in the front and one might have full energy and it just gets taken off, and I think that could really cost you the game, right? Because you're really dependent on using those storms.
They're
Yeah.
just so much slower too. I mean, they need like a speed upgrade. But
Yeah, you actually have to pay a lot of attention to them, because they can fall behind your army and get sniped.
Right.
Or they can also, because they are behind your army, they are always out of range, getting blocked by your dragoons and stuff like that. Always just out of range of getting that storm off.
Yeah, there doesn't seem to be a solution to that issue, you know? Like, you can't get shuttles and put them in there or whatever.
Yeah, sadly that's not an option.
You just gotta pay attention.
give them twice the health and twice the speed. Make them move as fast as Dragoons at least.
Make them
Maybe flying
immortal?
too.
I'll just make all the Zergs and Terrans uninstall the game immediately.
Do we have a drop coming up here? There's a big group of overlords flying.
I think that qualifies as a Doom drop, right? With that many? And thank you, Oya, for hosting us once again.
Sanatas! He'll be in the official playtest tournament on Wavelet, guys. Hopefully we'll show that tomorrow. Thank you, my friends.
Is this just a fake, or is he just putting overlords over there?
We
Because
saw
he's
him
got
out
so
on-
many units out on the map, right? Like it just
Yeah.
feels like he didn't have units in them because he's got so many units on the map still.
But we heard him load them up, so there must be
maybe
something in there.
Maybe there's something in there. Oh yeah, a couple of lurkers, a couple of hydras, yeah.
Yeah, probably enough to disrupt when you do a drop while attacking somewhere else.
Yeah. It looks like that's the plan.
They make that slurpy noise when I think they load up and maybe unload, and it just makes me think the overlords are really wet inside. I don't think I'd like to go inside one.
Slimy.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
if you're looking at one of those overlords when they're looking at the top, you can see where the units enter.
That's kind of turning me on.
I know. Here comes the
Okay,
drop
here
now.
comes the drop, yeah. Looks like he's gonna... He's
Can't
just
go
gonna
here.
power through all these cannons at the natural.
Oh my god.
Oh
It's
no.
turning around.
He's not gonna get anything out or what? Oh. That feels kind of
might-
bad there.
Yeah, he might get one cannon. Not even. Oh, he
Oh,
gets
he
it.
did get it. He gets the
Successful
cannon
drop.
for all that trouble, and he gets a cannon.
It's so funny watching like a group of overlords just like immediately head back, like, oh fuck this.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, I'm ahead out. Yeah, I mean, you can't just fly in right next to the rally point when you're not attacking anywhere else to distract the protest. It's not gonna work.
Oh, here comes the big fight. Nice storm dodge going down there. A lot of
Dreamer
lurkers, a lot of
takes-
hunters.
Oh my god,
Oh!
this is huge. But
Beautiful.
Dreamer keeps attacking with the Zealots into Lurkers first, instead of doing any army management where you go with Dragoons and High Templars to snipe Dragoons, Hydralists that come out. I think he loses a lot more units than he needs to. But his storms were impeccable.
Yeah, this trade and the failed drop has kind of brought him back into the game more, I feel.
Yeah,
That's
he's
what he
actually
was
up in
needing.
supply.
Yeah, this is a very playable game now for Dreamer. Like, he was looking like he was never going to get that third base earlier, right? Like, he was just going to die out on 2 base, but now he's on 4 base. He took a couple of good trades. He sees ahead in supply. That's not super telling at this point. Like, the supplies are close enough that you would say, okay, Zerg's in a fine position, or Zerg might even be a little bit ahead. But Dreamer's definitely in this game now. He can fight back, maybe get a couple more bases for himself or something, and take this to a longer game.
Well, that's a lone lurker down there.
I thought his whole army was chasing it. It was kind of funny.
Looks like the 6th base now coming down for Zerg, the top left.
Yeah, top left is... I don't think it's really mining yet.
He's
Yeah,
mining
just
the gas. Yeah.
But I mean, he has a lot of minerals. He could make 2 or 3 more hatcheries in his main base and be fine. He really needs more gas at this point. And Dreamer's now taking the natural base in the bottom left. If he gets that uncontested, he will get another base behind it. And then he just needs to add reavers to counter drops and all that kind of stuff, but that will really keep him in the game.
Well, looks like he's trying to push forward here. I don't know if he's going to be able to bust a position. You're going to have to be careful. You don't want to overextend into this. There's a lot of lurkers and sunkens in here.
And once again, he's going in with all the zealots first. They're already dead without even killing all of the lurkers. And he's just stormed both of his observers. So there's no vision left on those lurkers. There's at least one more lurker. 2.
Yeah, I mean, he killed a lot of the Zerg army there, but he's losing his core army as well. And usually Zerg is fine with that. Like, Zerg's happy to lose their whole army for your whole army, just because they can usually remax a lot quicker than you can, and remake their units.
Definitely. As a Protoss, you don't want to lose your army against Zerg.
Yeah, it's
And,
better to keep it alive than kill a base or something, usually.
Yeah, I think Dreamer really needs to work a little on his engagements. He could take those fights with a lot fewer losses, dealing a lot more damage if he just hotkeyed your like the Dragoons on a separate hotkey, so he can move in with those first.
Yep. Oh, nice little counterattack there from Machine. Just a few Lings taking out a Nexus on a couple pylons or something, denying that base. So Dreamer's still going to be on 4 base. Looks like that mineral only is starting to get a little bit lower there. Maybe about half the mineral still.
Yeah. He should try to immediately take that base again, but send a handful of zealots, maybe 1 DT, so that no Zerglings can come in and just deny it.
Yeah, like this one Zergling right now. We're getting a lot of Sunkens and Lurkers up here, so Dreamer's not going to be able to really attack in there.
Yeah, that's not a good position to attack into.
This one Ling gonna, oh no, a couple of Valts are going to come save the day.
Yeah, that's what he needs. An Archon, even better. Keeps the Archon and a few Zealots. The Zealots can tanks, the Archon can one-shot all the Zerglings. Pretty sure Protoss is at 3-3 and wonder what his Plasma Shield upgrades are. 0, but about to be 1. Yep,
Just now finished. Perfect timing on that.
What is Zerg on? He doesn't have anything on 3 yet. 2-1. Oh, Carapace is only on 1, almost 2. That's not ideal,
wow.
because Zealots can still 2-shot the Zerglings right now. If you are going...
Even when they...
Yeah. Exactly. Even if you want to go for more Cracklings now, it's not worth it at this point. You need that additional upgrade.
I really like all the defense that Machine has set up. I think he senses that Dreamer is just over aggressive sometimes. And these are the expansions that have the most resources left for him, so he's really played it safe and secured them. And Dreamer hasn't really been doing that. Although, yeah, now you got cannons up the Templar.
I think it's kind of disgusting that that kind of Zerg defense. You just see it as a Protoss and you're like, what am I supposed to do? Yeah, but luckily he's not defending all of his bases, so 12 o'clock was quite vulnerable and Dreamer slipped this one out. And he's taking the expansion down. That's 2 hatcheries gone.
Yeah. And a little bit of resources. I mean, most of it has been mined out, but there's a little bit there still for him. Gonna get a couple of nice storms here on the flanking arm from the back too.
They don't lose these Templars.
Yeah, luckily the Dark Swarm protected them.
Nice little pickup there for Dreamer, so these are the kinds of moves he needs.
Yeah, look at the bottom left. I think he dropped that in there, right?
Yeah, he must have. But Dreamer did get a 5th base secured for himself there. Now this I don't know about, you don't want to be running into that. Especially with a Dark Swarm there and you got mostly goons. Apparently he disagrees with me, he's still gonna keep pushing through here.
Yeah, I mean tons of storms.
He is making some progress, but he's losing a lot in the process too.
Yeah. That's Zerg defense, man. Tons of damage.
Yeah, it's just so hard to break through Sunken Lurker Spore, especially when they make some Defilers and Dark Swarms in there too.
Yeah, you can't attack into that. You have to, when the Zerg is camping, you just camp too. Because you have really good defense units. You have your Storm, Cannons and Reavers. What is Zerg gonna do? He has to go for Guardians and drops with Defilers and Ultralists in order to break that kind of stuff. And then your army can come in and swoop them.
Yeah, exactly.
So you really have to adapt to your opponent. There's another base that's not defended as well. I think he hasn't had
This is a new
for
base.
too long.
Yeah, he only just took this base, but I think he's going to be able to hold it.
Yeah, quite convincingly. Protoss army is too split up.
Yeah, that's a bit unfortunate. You really need to keep that army together. You can break off some units to pick off like a hatchery that's by itself or something, but for the most part you really need to keep the core of your army together here. I mean, the Protoss army just gets more and more powerful the more that's in there. You know, like 2 Dragoons is better than 1 Dragoon kind of thing.
That base that
There's more
Dreamer
to
just attacked is really great if you can get some Templars in there before Zerg sends its army over there, because they would basically just run into all the storms, I think, trying to come in to save their expansion. Zerg would really have to, I think, defend the ramp to prevent something like that happening, which Machine seems to be doing now.
Yeah, looks like Machine is doing just that. And there's also a lot of lurkers. And at this point you just need to try and out-expand the Zerg. If you do a perfect split map scenario and you're on equal bases, you are going to win as Protoss usually.
Yeah. And this map looks like it'd be evenly split here for in this situation. Like Protoss can get those 3 bases on the left, Zerg takes the other 2 on the top left, and then all of a sudden this becomes like it's on the Zerg to be able to stop you, right? Okay, looks like he's gonna do that Reaver coming out in perfect time. He probably doesn't have any Scarabs yet though. Okay, 1 Scarab comes to save the day.
And I think that Reaver died to the storm.
Yeah, for its efforts, it was killed by friendly fire.
Yeah, and there are a few more links coming in right now into that swarm. So they can potentially kill the Nexus.
Yeah. The swarm lasts long enough. Oh, looks like they died too. don't know.
Yeah.
Was there another storm? Like, must have died to another storm or something.
Either that or he ran into one of the probes and then the cannons were able to damage. Oh, that's a huge fight. Those storms deal a lot of damage, but Dreamer loses all of his army once again. Luckily he has a lot of reinforcements already.
Yeah,
That
and
is
he
really
does have
cool.
bottom left bases, so that's really good, dude.
Yeah, I wonder for how long. I mean, at this point, Machine can just drop in there and deny that expansion. And that's always the most critical part. In this stage, you feel like you have a safe expansion behind that natural that you took, but as soon as the Zerg starts dropping it, that base is extremely vulnerable because your army can't even get there.
Yeah.
Because you are walling your natural. So you're not just keeping the Zerg out, you are keeping yourself out. And even if you can get in, it's a long way to get there. That's a long pass to run into another main base.
Yeah.
So you need those Reavers.
And you can even start making cannons and stuff in there too. And here comes that drop you're talking about. And there's not a lot there. Like, Dreamer is kind of far away, so I think this drop's probably going to end up killing this base.
Yeah, I think so too. And you need to spread out the cannons so that one swarm can't take out all of them. And then add Reavers, but it's too early. There are no cannons here. I think 2 of them and they are just finished. Or 1. It's not going to defend anything.
This base is going to fall here. Or Dreamer. Nice place for Machine. Looks like he's retaking that base that was killed too for himself. There's not a ton of resources there, but I guess there's enough for him to take it. Oh, nice storm. That storm there. That's what we like to see.
There's a plague.
Counter plague. Now that's just as beautiful as a storm.
Yeah.
And that's going to weaken those zealots immensely.
Yeah. He's going up to that base. He should be able to kill it. Okay, he's just going to cancel. Yeah, there's no way that he's going to be able to save that base.
Yeah. I'm not even sure if it's worth it to make a new hatchery there.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering too, if there was enough. I guess there must be if he's taking the base, but... Oh, he's going to get on top of these lurkers before they finish. Oh, they hatched just in time there. He could have got a couple of storms there just before they hatched. That would have been huge. But now you can't... Look how many lurkers there are here. It's just like a control group and a half of lurkers.
It's a lurker defense.
Yeah. Oh man, there's so many lurkers here. A couple of them getting stuck up and eating some storm damage, but you cannot just go and attack in there, or maybe you can, according to Dreamer here. I mean, it's not choked up a ton, but there's still a lot of lurkers here.
Yeah. Let a swarm, okay, that's it. Oh my god, that last storm actually kills a lot of them, but not enough. And here comes the circling reinforcements. And Dreamer needs to do something. He needs to expand. He needs to take that mineral only outside his bottom left base, and then also takes the bottom left base. He needs to defend it. Just keep pumping Reavers out.
Like, the longer this goes on, eventually he will run out of money, like you're saying, so he's gonna need some bases. Like, Zerg still has more bases mined and mining than Protoss at this point.
Do you guys ever do recall PVZ?
Yes,
Rarely,
actually,
but I have done it, yeah.
I've done it a couple of times, even in some street games.
Yeah.
Nice attack.
A couple weeks ago, or a week ago or so.
This is a perfect thing for Dreamer.
Yeah. Oh, he's gonna be able to kill this base, it looks like. Now, is he gonna lose his whole army at the same time, maybe?
Yeah, he needs to snipe that hatchery.
Or is he not gonna snipe it?
He's going to run away.
But he's gonna get trapped in here either way. There's Hydras at the bottom and top, so... Okay, he will
That's
get
a
out of the
perfect
field.
thing.
Yeah.
Oh, he plagued his hatchery.
Yeah.
That's very nice. Very nice of him.
He's gonna help Dreamer kill it. He's like, I feel bad that you weren't able to kill this, I'll help you out, buddy.
And it still didn't die. That's too bad for Dreamer. That was a great attack. If he had a few Templars with Storm, yeah, like I mentioned, I think it'd be very hard for Machine to get in there and do anything.
He really did a perfect attack. He came in from both sides, split up his army perfectly, and was able to overwhelm all the defenses. Oh, and he keeps going. He's coming with that Reaver.
Did that Reaver crawl from the main?
Yeah,
I think so.
he did. We saw him in the middle on the right hand side, and now he's here.
Oh,
And with that Reaver there, just send a probe. Just take that expansion for yourself.
No. Well, he does
Alright.
kill that base, so that's nice.
Yeah.
It looks like he's trying to clear out this base as well. Will he be able to get it?
Wow. That's not the best way to lose your Reaver. You should really focus on keep making those Reavers. He doesn't have a lot of resources right now, especially gas staffed. So what you want to do is make units that are really cost efficient if used properly. Like for example Reavers.
But you gotta be careful with that too. You don't want to run into those lurkers without an observer.
Yeah, he's going to scout the bottom left. He sees that there's nothing there except for a Zergling, so he's probably going to take it, right? Looks like he's taking the mineral only.
Yeah, I mean it'll be useful for some minerals, but he really needs the gas. You can see how gas starved he is right now.
Yeah.
Sitting there less than 100 gas.
At this point in the game you want to do Reavers, Archons, High Templars, Dark Archons against those pesky defilers to feedback them before they can cast. But you can't afford it. You can't afford all of this.
I love this Reaver that's like crawling all over the map.
Yeah. So, he's quite adventurous.
Yeah, well, he's doing it. He's going on a journey. Dreamer trying to take out that base that was never really retaken by Machine.
And Dreamer's doing a really good job of keeping Machine from expanding. So while he's not able to expand really, he also keeps his opponent from expanding, which is quite important.
Bill, this is getting a little dire for Dreamer. Nice little engage here.
Same time he catches a lot of units, but his army is big enough.
Blade goes down even on a couple of Dragoons and an Overlord.
How did he catch the Overlord but not the Reaver? Was the Overlord on the left side?
Yeah, the Overlord was flying through when he casted the Blade.
That Reaver is really doing work.
Yeah. Reaver is a good unit.
Yeah, even if it's just crawling around the map.
He's gonna clean up the rest of this Protoss army now. Things are looking bad for Protoss. He's down supply, and he's only mining on one base that's about to mine down. Now he did get this mineral only up, so he's gonna have some mineral income still, but he's still only gonna be mining from one base very shortly. Once again, you really want to be mining from like at least two, so he can continue to produce the units at all the gateways he's got.
And especially a second gas.
Mm-hmm.
That would be really nice. Do the Reavers have the damage upgrade?
Nope.
No, they do not. I think if you, in this stage of the game, it's a good investment, same as capacity upgrade. Because they have to keep firing, and if you are in a fight, you're going to run out of scarabs. They just shoot faster than they remix scarabs.
Now, Machine, was he going for a drop or is that a fake? Okay, it is a drop. He's trying to drop behind the mineral only to pick up some stuff. Dreamer was on top of that with the storms. This is really coming about, can Dreamer secure the bottom left base or not? This is kind of where this is headed at the moment, but I don't know if he's going to be able to get it. Like, there's still 3 mining bases for Zerg compared to basically 1 mineral only for Protoss. And there's a lurker with Swarm behind there. Oh no, he's gonna kill a bunch of probes here.
The Swarm actually protected the Zerg for a little bit.
Oh, there. BG is gonna be called.
What a game, guys.
Yeah, he really made it close. He did a lot of really good attacks at 12 o'clock and 2 o'clock. But the drops from Machine in the bottom left were just never contested enough. He needed some actual ground units there to keep defending that.
Yeah.
That was a
very,
great
very
game.
close game. Yeah. A good one to finish off on, eh? Very back and forth, lots of action. In the end, Machine does take it down, but a lot of fun.
Yeah. And like Chat is saying, it's a really nice map. I wish this map had qualified over, for example, some other tighter maps.
Yeah. This is not a bad map.
Maybe we'll see it somewhere else. I can talk to Zero. Suggest it for BSL 13 maybe.
There you go. That could be a good one for that. And you're going to give me no Terrans in BSL 13, right? Wink, 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 wink.
So, of course. If you qualify for Chobo League.
So, everyone, our two wonderful casters who stayed behind, LML is part of the Bombastic Star League team. And Snipe, I think you more or less had Coach People League, two staples of the Brood War community, doing a lot of good. So I was really happy that you guys actually joined for an event like this. And yeah, maybe, people will pick up a map from this contest, and there'll be future ones too, or just a little bit more attention paid to what the foreign map making community is doing. They're definitely worth supporting, just like we support our players. And I think it's just a great way to kind of bring them into conversation with players that are part of your platforms, and just kind of bringing them up from their marginalized, isolated status, because they don't have much connections with players. And just being, part of our little Showmatch series, I think I found an opportunity to put them into conversation with players, to get players to playtest their maps, which would incentivize them to map make, right? Because if your map can actually be played on, it's pretty cool. Although so many map makers have made maps that never saw any action, and I think that's kind of commendable to spend all that time making something that nobody is going to play on. So I think a lot of progress has been made on that front, and I'm really looking forward to seeing what the map making community is able to do, in coordination with you guys, your wonderful platforms, and ours. Yeah. So those were the semi-finalist maps, guys. Some great games. We ended on a wonderful high note with Dreamer and Machine playing on Terraform. And tomorrow we have a tournament scheduled on one of the finalist maps, Wavelet. It's supposed to start at 1 p.m. Eastern, guys. There's just, one or two remaining matches that we're really trying to complete for. So hopefully we can anyway stream this on Saturday, June 5th, starting at 1 p.m. Eastern. Worst case scenario, we'll delay it, but we'll see. And I'm really looking forward to the official playtest tournaments. Won't be broadcasting any more single games like we did today and yesterday on the semi-finalist maps. So we're just going to have 4 more broadcasts on the 4 finalist maps. Wavelet is one of them. Another one is Sanctuary. Another one is Goodnight. And the 4th one is Tundra. It'll be a whole tournament dedicated to one map. 8 top foreigners playing on it. Prizes for the winners. Really cool format. And a lot of these maps, guys, are being submitted to map contests that are open, including ASL. And shout out to the map makers who are helping to coordinate that. Fingers crossed for them. And yeah, it would be really great to see a foreign-made map get into an ASL map pool, and even into ladder. And not just a foreign-made map, but something that people like and aren't going to veto. Because I think that's kind of the ultimate dream of a map maker, if I may say so, is to not just make a map that gets accepted and imposed in a map pool, but that players actually like to play on and prefer. I think that's probably a really gratifying feeling, and that's something map makers probably aspire to. Sometimes maps that are accepted and people have opinions on that you know, because the map is like really extreme, experimental, I think I should point out, based on my conversations and understanding with map makers, is that sometimes like event organizers are looking just for that kind of map, like an experimental, crazy map. Freakling, who created the map Inner Coven, which is really cool, but it's a super experimental map. It was adopted in ASL. He told me that he had also submitted all kinds of standard, simple maps, but they weren't looking for something like that. They were looking for like an Inner Coven or something really experimental. So it's a good thing to keep in mind in case you have a certain grudge or bias against some maps or map makers, is that it's not really in their control what gets adopted. They just submit maps and hope for the best. But of course they do like and can make standard maps, balanced maps that people like to play on. Having said that, LML, Snipe, any comments, anything you guys want to say? You've been very generous with your time. I really appreciate it.
I'm just happy to be here. Get a first-hand look at these maps and how they're played. Quite interesting, and seeing all this talent in the foreign mapping scene. Like you said, it was way different in the past. Nobody played on the maps that were made. You just uploaded them on bootwarmaps.net and hoped for people to post in the comments and hope that people actually liked your map. And now there's actually so much more involved, so much more knowledge nowadays, and you actually get to see people play on your map, which is quite awesome.
Maybe you'll make a map, my friend.
Nope.
Ride the
I
wave
finished
of...
I finished the UMS maps this year, but I'm not really that interested in making melee maps anymore.
It's probably good for BSL since you have administrative responsibilities. And yeah, Snipe, CPL looking for participants.
Yeah, that's right. If you don't know what CPL is, Coach People League, you should definitely check it out. It's a wide range of players, anywhere from 0 to about 1900 MMR can participate and play. Basically, you get put on a team, get coached by some of the best of the best, and yeah, get to improve on your game. Or if you don't even want to improve, you just want to have fun, join in on a team environment, get involved, you can do that too. We try and match teams up with similar time zones and stuff, so you got lots of people to practice with, play games every week, and it's a lot of fun. So.
For sure.
Oh, you beat me to it. I was looking for the link to post in there too. Yeah, signups are open for about another week here, so perfect time to get involved. You can read a little bit more about it there as well, or find the application form and sign up directly through that if you want to get involved.
And anybody watching this that doesn't have access to the chat, if you go to tl.net, in the forum section of Brood War, in the general forum, there is a thread, CPL. You guys also have a Discord. I'm not sure how that's accessible to someone.
I can post the link in the chat to the Discord too.
Yeah, it's a private server, right? So it's not possible to search it up.
Maybe. I don't know. I guess so.
I'll include a link to it in the description of the VOD in case anybody's interested to know what CPL is. There's also posts about it on Reddit, so if you just go through the Brood War Reddit, you'll see threads about CPL, and usually there's a Discord link there. Wonderful, huge, active community to get involved with.
Yeah, almost 1,500 members now in the Discord, so that's not bad.
Awesome.
Yeah, last season we had 239 players for initial signups, so pretty good.
Keep up the good work, guys. Okay, so that's it. Thanks, everyone. And,
thanks for having me.
Well, I'm not done with you yet, LML.
Yeah, I know.
Rawr.
Your private time now?
Yeah.
I'll
No,
get
we're
the
actually
video camera.
streaming on a different channel now. It's a hot tub stream.
Nice.
I love you guys. Thanks for joining me.
Well, thanks for having
Gladly.
us. Put it on
These great show matches.
Yeah, LML, sorry, it's midnight there. Thanks for hanging out with us. And Snipe, I hope you enjoy the rest of your day, my friend.
Thank you. You as well.
Yeah, enjoy your days.